Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the June 8th, 2021 board meeting for the Charles County Board of Education. Will you please stand and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, if Mrs. Hollstein, if you would come forward.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's my pleasure today to bring the signature page for the EACC and the Board of Ed to sign our negotiation agreement. And I would like to bring up Leslie Schreck, please. She's Chief Negotiator for the EACC. And thank her publicly because there is a lot of work that goes into negotiating a contract. And Ms. Schreck did a phenomenal job leading the EACC team. So Leslie, I'll let you introduce your team and call them up.
Right, and of course I did not do this at all by myself. I had a team of representatives from the entire EACC membership. So first I'm going to call up my co-chief negotiator, Dan Bessek. He's the UNISERV director with MSCA. And then I'll also call up Dawn Pipkin, who is also one of our UNISERV directors. She served as our negotiation support throughout the process. Next, Andrew Schambarger, a teacher at Jennifer Elementary, represented our elementary members. Jacob Girding from Bigden now, right? Yeah. He moves on me. Bigden Elementary School, representing our specials teachers. He's a library media specialist. And Kelly Perry from Benjamin Stoddard Middle School, representing our special educators. Matthew Howard, a high school teacher from St. Charles. Then we also had 4 members from our Unit 2, which is our administrative and supervisory unit, starting with Sonia Blue, a principal representing Unit 2 members. And Darnell Lewis Russell, who at the time represented us as a vice principal from Lackey High School. Congratulations on your promotion. Well deserved. Appreciate it. Linda Stocks, a PPW at Davis Middle School. So she represented a lot of different positions on our support services team, student services team. And finally, Kristen Shields, Director of Title I. She represented Central Office, and she has years of experience in the county, so she was invaluable to us. So I want to thank my entire team, and I also need to get Linda McLaughlin, our president. She is an ex officio member of our team, so she could come sign as well. And our work started back in September, so thank you to my team for almost a full year of work on this, and I'm looking forward to working with you in the future. Thank you. And thank you to the board for agreeing to the terms of this contract. We worked really hard to get what we needed.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Board of Ed team to come up and sign. We'll start with Karen Afton. And Nikhil Majors. Marvin Jones. Kevin Howard. Jeremy Campbell. Thanks, Jeremy. Dr. Hill. And Miss Wilson. Thank you to everyone. I'd like to echo what Ms. Schreck shared. This was a lot of work and a lot of experience that went into our contract this year, and we never take for granted the wonderful collaborative relationship we have with our bargaining unit. We appreciate you, and we appreciate that we're able to work together for the best of the whole system. So we thank all of you. We appreciate it.
All right, so good afternoon, board members and all those assembled. I have the pleasure of introducing the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees bargaining unit, as well as CCPS for our support staff. So I'm going to invite Sarah Birch to come up to introduce her team.
Okay, this is our team. Charla Hilliard, Yolanda Christian, and James Swan. There is one person, our council member, couldn't get here today. So we'll all sign this wonderful contract that we worked really hard on.
Thank you all.
And of course, Ms. Sarah Birch is president of ASME, as well as our assistant accounting professional and food nutrition services.
Okay.
All right, and next up,
I would like to thank the board for all your help that you do for us and Dr. Hill. Thank you. And
and for Charles County Public Schools, we have first Dr. Linda Gill. Dr. Linda Gill is one of our executive directors of schools. She is currently acting principal at McDonough High School.
This is our help with our out of her.
And next we have Assistant Superintendent for Supporting Services, Mr. Michael Hine. Followed by Kelly Scherer, who is a budget analyst in our Office of Fiscal Services. She keeps us on track with the money. And then we have Ms. Terry Lunsdale. She is the Executive Assistant to our Assistant Superintendent for Office of Fiscal Services. Next, we will invite Chairperson Latina Wilson.
Am I signing in the right spot?
You sure are. And of course, our very own Dr. Kimberly Hill, Superintendent of Schools.
Yes, ma'am, me too.
Thank you, Nikki.
And just a special thank you to everyone who was a part of this year's bargaining process. It was such an unprecedented and unusual year. And like Mrs. Hollstein said, we really appreciate the collaboration and professionalism of all of the individuals that were involved in the bargaining process this year. So thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone and to our board who is always so supportive.
Thank you. Congratulations. Dr. Hill.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we approach the end of the most difficult and unusual school year that we've ever experienced, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for staff, students, and families who figured out how to keep teaching and learning going, despite all of the obstacles that we faced. I'm grateful for the supporting services, food services, student services, and technology teams who always put the needs of children first. I'm grateful for the professionals at the Charles County Department of Health who have worked hand in hand with us as we have navigated the changing best practices throughout the school year. And finally, I'm grateful to our community for their support as we did our best to keep this organization on track to fulfill its responsibility to our children. I suppose it's fitting that my career in education is ending during a school year like this. I've never been one to do things the easy way, but have always tried to do what is in the best interest of students. I'm grateful for the many opportunities I've had over the past 35 years as an employee of Charles County Public Schools. I'd like to thank the Charles County community for the privilege of serving as a teacher, a vice principal, a principal, and as superintendent of schools. I've been blessed with a supportive network of people who have helped me along the way, whether as a teacher, a coach, an administrator, or your superintendent. My family has been steadfast in their love and support. So Charles, Kelly, and Michael, thank you for always understanding when issues or events disrupted our time together. To my CCPS family, thank you for believing in your ability to be the difference in the life of a child. You have inspired me to be better, and I know you'll do the same for your new superintendent. Lastly, I thank each of you for the opportunity to serve the children of our community. I'm looking forward to starting a new chapter of my life and wish you all the best as you continue to keep students at the center of every decision that you make. As always, thank you for your support of teaching and learning in Charles County Public Schools.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. Next up on our agenda is correspondence from board members. Board members, do you have anything to share at this time? Ms. Brown.
I have to say thank you to all of the many employees that made graduation possible all of the days that it was scheduled for, because they did an awful lot of work drying off that field and making sure that that last graduation took place. So I have to say, they were wonderful.
Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to touch on what Ms. Brown said. I thought graduation was awesome this year. Thank goodness the rain held off for a few hours, but for everyone that put that on, that was spectacular to end such a not so good year on a really, really high note. I could tell the kids really enjoyed it. Every parent that I spoke to thought, especially the parents of students that don't attend North Point, they have nothing against North Point, but going to another school for graduation, some parents don't always like that. So to go to a centralized community location where everybody went to was awesome. And Mr. Lucas and I talked about it. If we can find a way to eliminate the weather factor, I think that would be a great permanent location. But just thank you to everyone that made that happen. Congratulations to the entire class of 2021. And just a thank you to all the staff and the parents and the students that made that happen. And as this is Dr. Hill's last meeting, she's not quite retiring just yet. I just want to thank her for her service. I want to thank Deputy Superintendent Amy Hollstein for her service. They may not remember this, but I remember them from a long time ago. I remember Amy since 1994. I was in 5th grade. You weren't my 5th grade teacher. I had Miss Simpson, but y'all were good friends, and you did teach me science, and it was you were a very good teacher, and I never thought that 20-some years later it would be this. We'd have these roles, but you did a really good job, and you had an impact on my life. I want you to know that. Dr. Hill, I remember you from about 20 years ago when I started at Steedham. That was where we had the CTE program, and you were the vice principal there. And so if anybody ever remembers when Dr. Hill was the vice principal there, Peter Chevanini was the principal, and Dr. Hill was the vice principal. But if you got in trouble, which I never did, you definitely did. You'd rather want to see the principal Chevanini than Dr. Hill. She was tough, and I'll leave it at that. But you did a great job, and it's been such a pleasure to know you both this entire time. And I don't want to take up too much time, but I mentioned this to you before. Your leadership is impeccable. I can remember this started March 13th, 2000, when this pandemic hit. Nobody knew what to do, but you did. You always knew what to do. I run a very small business, and I can remember when this pandemic hit, I didn't know what to do. Yet we had a meeting with Dr. Hill the next day, and she had a plan, and she showed me what leadership was, and it helped me, gave me someone to look up to and admire, and say, wow, if she can do this when nobody knows what's going on, then there is a way to move forward. And you helped me move forward, not just on a board level, but on a professional and personal level. And I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Mr. Lucas?
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. To tag on to what my colleague said, I think graduations were great, and thank goodness the weather cooperated. And as Mr. Hancock said, if there's a way to do that in the future, the feedback I got from everybody was very good. Like to thank, and I look forward to the Equity Task Force presentation today. Just like to, again, publicly thank everyone that put in a lot of hard work to bring results back today. Still was going to sporting events, and I love going to the high school sporting events, and I look forward to doing a lot more of that in the next school year. And for Dr. Hill and Ms. Hollstein, it's been a privilege working with you. Dr. Hill, don't have any memories of you prior to coming here, and I won't say anything to key in to how long I've known Ms. Hollstein, but I remember the first time I think I really formally met her was when I went to Barnhart for a visit. So whenever that was, but I came in and I don't even know if I was on the board at that time, to be quite honest. But I used to see her all the time, Sunday mornings, getting bagels at Einstein Bagels in Waldorf. So many of you don't even probably remember there was an Einstein Bagels in Waldorf. So that's how long ago it was. But I wish you both the best in whatever you choose to do, and thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Mrs. Battle Lockhart.
So I would like to piggyback on what my colleague said as well. As you guys know, I'm big on school spirit, so each day I make sure I was color-coded, matching each school. But I look forward to seeing the amounts of the scholarships, because that speaks volumes to what our teachers are doing on a daily basis, and the opportunities that is going to be opened up for our students when they go out into the world. So thank you to the staff and the teachers that poured into those students. And I always look forward to sit on the sidelines to see them grow after they transition. Dr. Hill and Amy, you guys always have been awesome. Of course, as a parent, we've bumped heads a couple of times, but I appreciate how you handled all the situations that I had to deal with you with on the parent level. You ladies have been very professional. You make a great team together. So, of course, I'm excited, to watch you guys transition into your new worlds that you're going to go into. But thank you for your service to Charles County Public Schools. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Mrs. Battle Lockhart. Anyone else?
I will say something.
Mrs. McGraw.
Well, once again, I will add to what my fellow colleagues have said in terms of graduation. I just want to say congratulations to Dr. Hill and her staff, to Mr. Jones and your leadership throughout the graduations for herding us cats the way we needed to go each and every day. But it certainly was a tremendous responsibility, and it was a responsibility I think that everyone took very seriously and began thinking about it many months in advance. And there was a plan, and no matter what was said in the media, there was a plan, and it was executed with excellence. So thank you all for a great graduation for all of our students that have traveled through a year of challenge. I want to say my congratulations to Dr. Hill and Amy and to Katie O'Malley Simpson. I have had the pleasure of traveling through 25 years of my educational journey with each one of you in some way, shape, or form. And I feel very privileged to have shared that time with you. And Dr. Hill, you certainly will be leaving this school system on a high note. And thank you, because I know you gave 110% every single day for children. And as you said today, we will continue to do what we need to do for children because of you. So thank you, and I wish you all the very best in the next chapter. Enjoy yourselves. The best is yet to come.
Okay, so I want to echo the sentiments as well as far as the graduations to Mr. Jones, Dr. Hill, your staff, the staff at the high schools. This year was certainly different, and one of the things that we as board members were not allowed to do was to actually hand out diplomas because of COVID protocols. And what that did was it afforded us as board members to observe. And I would be remorse by not sharing the genuine caring of the staff. It was very interesting to observe how caring the principals, the vice principals, the staff, the tightening of ties, the instructions given to the kids, the students, the way that the students responded, it clearly demonstrated that the staff, the educators out there genuinely care. You cannot make it up. And then when we had the good fortune to watch, literally, it looked like thousands of mice scattering about the baseball field, and the tedious attention to making sure everything was perfect. You cannot manufacture that. You cannot make that up. It was genuine. To the staff member, and it was interesting how the staffs interacted. When a plant fell over, the plant had to be placed just right. The stairs and the safety concerns had to be just right. And you can't teach that. You can't manufacture that. That is genuine. And just kudos, because job well done to from top to bottom. And it was very warming to have the privilege to sit back and to witness that firsthand. And so it just tremendous amount of pride to be a part of Charles County Public Schools. I will end so I don't get emotional, but to Dr. Hill and to Amy Hollstein and to Katie O'Malley Simpson, enjoy your retirement. It is well deserved, job well done. You could not have asked for any more dedication and commitment, and I'm so happy for your next chapter. I'm sure whatever you guys decide to get into, I would say enjoy it. It's well deserved. So thank you again for all that you have done for Charles County Public Schools. Thank you. Next up is Linda McLaughlin, Education Association of Charles County. Update.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda McLaughlin, and I am the president of the Education Association of Charles County for a few more weeks. Today, we signed the negotiated agreement between EACC and CCPS. Thank you again to both negotiations teams who worked hundreds of hours to create an amazing product with so many opportunities. May and June are always an exciting time because it is the moment where the past melds into the future. This year was full. It was the crazy pandemic hybrid school year, which now we can check that off our bucket list and not repeat it again, please. We are nearing the beginning of summer, where we may be able to rest and reflect and plan for next year. In May and June, we see the culmination of years and years of hard work for graduates who were able to walk across a stage, move their tassels from one side to the other without being rained out. To quote many graduation speeches, we made it. It is also a new day in education, with significant amounts of funding that will be infused into education between the American Rescue Plan and the funding formula within the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. A world of opportunities has been opened within the Blueprint. A new funding formula, salary increases for educators, increased staffing, a career ladder, career and technology education expansion, targeted programs and monies to address poverty, expansion of early childhood education, and so much more. This is truly how strong schools will work for students, families, communities, and our future. 7 years as EACC president have gone by in a flash for me. I would like to thank you all collectively for your support, collaboration, challenges, and inspiration. It is said that steel sharpens steel, and I truly believe that. What have the last 7 years held? Thousands of pounds of crabs consumed by new, veteran, and retired employees at our joint crab feast. Thousands of new teachers who have been gifted with tons of goodies from EACC's new teacher store. Innumerable carloads and buses filled with education advocates that have traveled to Annapolis to lobby elected officials, to march and ring cowbells to fix the fund and to promote the work of the Kuhn Commission. That is not even mentioning the multitudinous hours spent in negotiations over the years and the copious number of Apple ballots handed out to promote the election of our education-friendly EACC-endorsed candidates. And that is just the beginning of the list. Today is my last update to the Board of Education as EACC president. On July 1st, Sean Heil, English teacher from McDonough High School, will take on the mantle of the EACC president. I know he will move forward boldly in the wake of intense educational change created by the pandemic and opportunities found within the framework of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. His voice will be a strong guide for our members moving forward. Under his leadership, I am absolutely certain the EACC will continue to flourish, and I cannot wait to see what happens in the next chapter. It has been my honor and pleasure to stand as the representative voice for the over 2,100 certificated employees who are members of the Education Association of Charles County. Each and every one of them is amazing and makes a real difference in the life of a child or colleague every single day. I would like to thank Dr. Hill and Amy Hollstein for always being willing to engage in possibility thinking, which is the willingness to see possibilities instead of limitations. I would like to express my appreciation to you, our Board of Education members, who have always been open to collaborative discourse with both me and the association. Though my commentary at board meetings has sometimes been concerning and may have been perceived as negative, I appreciate the ability to speak frankly and not sugarcoat my remarks to you. I would consider sugarcoating my remarks or omitting the grave concerns of my members to be disingenuous to both my members and to the Board of Education. The one thing I have perfect clarity on is that nothing is achieved by silence or ignoring issues. Conan the Barbarian was asked, "Conan, what is best in life?" His response was, to crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women. I would opine that Conan was wrong. What is best in life? To hear the laughter of children, to see the light bulb moment when learning has occurred, and to hear the rising voices of educators as they advocate for what is right for children, schools, and our community. That, as Voltaire's Candide would say, is the best of all possible worlds. I wish you all a restful and restorative summer. Thank you.
Linda, before you step back, I just wanted to publicly thank you for all of your hard work and dedication. It has been a pleasure to work with you, and we're going to miss you immensely. So congratulations on a job well done, and best of luck on your next endeavor.
Thank you.
Mrs. Birch?
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Birch, and I'm president of ASME Local 2981. What a busy month this has been. After 3 long negotiating meetings, a trip to the government building to meet with Charles County Commissioners, Mr. Gilbert Bowling attended to represent the commissioners. Dr. Hill, Amy Hollstein, all of the Charles County board members. EACC was represented by Linda McLaughlin, and many of the EACC members, and I represented AFSCME, were all present to make sure the Charles County Public Schools budget would be fully funded. The next week, a drive-by was held going through the town of La Plata, represented by EACC, AFSCME, CCPS board members, to further encourage the funding of CCPS budget. The Charles County Commissioners added a little extra to the budget. Dr. Hill managed to ensure the unions could provide raises for contract 2022. ASME received 1 level and a 1% COLA. This amounts to about 3% per support staff employees. The contract was ratified by 90% of the voting AFSCME members. Charla Hilliard, Yolanda Christian, Earl Swan, Kwame Rose, and myself have worked very hard to get the best deal for all support staff. Just as our members have worked together, our unions have worked together. So Linda McLaughlin, as you move from being president of EACC, I would like you to know how much I appreciate your help and support of ASME. Take a bow. The last thing is Food and Nutrition Services keeps receiving the honors they deserve. Charles County Food and Nutrition Services received Hungry Hero Award from the National No Kid Hungry. Congratulations to Crystal Richardson, William Kruder, Charlotte Hilliard, and the complete FNS staff for working so hard. And this is what they received.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Hurd.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't think I could start my report today with anything except graduations. Charles County Public Schools successfully planned, prepared, and executed all 7 high school graduations at Regency Furniture Stadium. Despite the threat of rain, our resilient support staff persisted. Despite the heat, they remained unstoppable. Despite the looming pandemic, we hosted a safe and inclusive event for everyone. I am beaming with pride with how well the CCPS team executed every single one of the 7 graduations. And I believe it reveals the passion and dedication every single staff member of this team has for our graduates and all students. As I serve out the last month of my first term today, it is bittersweet. In reflection, I look upon the past year with immense pride. Looking towards the future, I am extremely excited for the opportunities and work ahead. However, although the journey continues, many of those along with us for it are changing. I wanted to take a moment to recognize those individuals. Firstly, the La Plata High School SGA advisor, Ms. Larkin, is concluding her service as SGA advisor and as a teacher with the school system. Ms. Larkin has always been the foundation La Plata High School could count on. 2 years ago, I ran for vice president of CCASC. Although I didn't win, I was excited to have learned so much about the inner workings of student government. After the meeting, without missing a beat, Ms. Larkin asked, "Ian, have you ever thought about being student liaison for La Plata High School?" And as the saying goes, the rest is history. After applying and then serving as La Plata High School student liaison for a year, I developed a passion for student advocacy and successfully ran for student member of the board, serving as the first student member from La Plata High School in nearly 2 decades, all because Miss Larkin encouraged that freshman 2 years ago to take a leap of faith. My story is just one of many, and Eric Valentine, the liaison for La Plata High School, could testify to that as well. Ms. Larkin's talent has always been finding a way for every member of our SGA to contribute. Ms. Larkin will be sorely missed, and I know I speak on behalf of CCASC and her La Plata High School family in wishing her well on her future endeavors. Secondly, Dr. Hill is retiring from the school system. Working with Dr. Hill for the past 2 years has been a transformative experience. Through Dr. Hill's steady leadership, I have learned so much about what it takes to be a leader. She inspired me to stand strong on my values and to always put service to others first. She has left our school system in fantastic condition for the next superintendent, and for that, I am beyond thankful. Thank you. And finally, Ms. Hollstein is also retiring from the school system. Ms. Hollstein was the very first executive staff member I ever worked with as student liaison 2 years ago. From the moment I met Ms. Hollstein, one thing became clear. She leads with compassion and kindness. Ms. Hollstein is a valuable asset to our school system and an irreplaceable leader. I can't thank her enough for being the very first to welcome and encourage me at central office. Thank you. Thank you to the aforementioned leaders and all members of the CCPS family. From our support staff to our teachers to our administrators and so many more, you have faced the seemingly impossible and against all odds continued the tradition of excellence within our school system. On behalf of our students, I'm beyond grateful and excited to see what the foundation you have laid this past year will bring in the years to come. And I just wanted to add a sidebar that everyone in this room is here thanks to someone else. We've all had those individuals who have lifted us up, inspired us. When everyone else said, you can't do it, they're the ones who believe in you. No matter how big the challenge, the David and Goliath situation, they're always there for you. And I just wanted to encourage everyone to take a moment today to reflect on it, because this Board of Education is effective. We move forward and we work hard, but reflection is important. And it's good to be thankful for all that have gotten us where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. I would also like to take a brief moment to recognize Mr. Hurd, and congratulations on your second term. I see Mr. Valentine, you're here today, and I believe we have Mr. Mears. Welcome aboard. Looking forward to working with you. So next up is Mrs. Hollstein.
You need one more. You need two.
Get together with my group.
It's with great pleasure today that I welcome members of our Equity Task Force that have volunteered today to present the tremendous amount of work that they have done. Under the leadership of Kim Hairston, who is the Director of Equity and Diversity for the school system, it has just been just a pleasure just seeing the excitement that Kim shares after a meeting that you all have had. I know that Ms. Battle Lockhart, Mr. Lucas, we have so many stakeholders involved in this Equity Task Force, and so we asked them to join us today to just share with you and with the community the fantastic work that they've done and the plans that we have for the future. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Ms. Simpson.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairwoman Wilson, Vice Chairwoman McGraw, board members, and Superintendent Hill. I'm here with members of the Equity Task Force to share information regarding this team's progress and future initiatives regarding equity and diversity for Charles County Public Schools and why we need it. I have with me today Christine Paul. She is a vice principal at Thomas Stone High School. Amanda Mastron, special education coordinator. Tavon Myers, high school resource teacher at Westlake High School and future vice principal at Henry E. Lackey High School. And Simone Young, STEM coordinator. The journey of this task force began over 2 years ago in collaboration with the Institute for Student Achievement and Dr. Ebony Green. This has allowed for our team to grow in the area of equity and has taught us how to guide CCPS in an intentional manner to increase teacher capacity, as well as increase student achievement and opportunities, decrease referrals and suspensions for all students, and in particular, our Black and brown youth. With our first initiative, implicit bias training, the Equity Task Force, board members, superintendent's operations team, principals, and about half of the vice principals have gone through the training so far. I'm going to share a video from Dr. Ebony Green. But first I want to share some background information. Dr. Ebony Green is ISA's Senior Director of Programs for Equity and Access. In this role, Dr. Green designs and leads ISA's new services and supports for its state and school and district partners related to creating equitable systems and structures and embedding equity into pedagogy and practice. She has also led ISA's diversity and equity and inclusive initiatives. Prior to joining ISA, Dr. Green served as Executive Director of Equity and Access for the Newburgh Enlarged School District. Dr. Green is also a former staff developer, principal, assistant principal, and special education teacher. She was also selected by the Southern Education Foundation in 2018 to be part of the Racial Equity Leadership Network. So that just shows the background that she has and how she has really worked with us to get us moving in this direction. So now we have a video that explains our 2-year journey with her and the Institute for Student Achievement.
Hello everyone, Dr. Ebony Green here. I wanted to share this video just to kind of review the work that we've done over the last 2 years. I feel like we've done some great work together, and I think the most important thing to think about is what is the intentional steps forward to make changes that become an integral part of your system. And the reality is, in my opinion, Charles County Public Schools is so much aligned to making those changes in a very systematic way. And so I started to work with you, your team, actually, in 2019. There were some board members on it. There were some staff members from the district level, the school level. And so what that meant was having multiple voices and perspective at the table. And in my opinion, that is one of the most important pieces to doing this work, right? Recognizing what has to happen and being methodical about how do you move forward. And so during that time of our planning in the summer, we spent multiple hours thinking through essentially what is our standardized definition of equity? What does it mean to Charles County Public Schools? What are the values that are included in that piece? And then essentially spend time thinking about what are the theory of change measures or sentences, frames that we wanted to think about to move the district to become even better than it already was. So during that session, there was a lot of work done around who are we, how do we occupy space, and what are the things we need to do that are intentional to make sure that all students, irrespective of difference, have an opportunity to reach their fullest potential. One of the most important things that I will say is that when I speak about Charles County, I often reference it as one of the districts who understood that the change was something that everyone really needed to engage in. And so it has been so exciting, and I'm often so proud talking about how folks engage from the Board of Education to senior staff to principals to assistant principals and so on. And so congratulations to you for making a very thoughtful entry into doing this work and really understanding and embracing the concept that it's a marathon and not a sprint, right? So often folks spend a lot of time trying to do the things quickly to make sure they're done. And when when the steps forward do not have the intentionality required or there's not a plan to do so, sometimes it becomes disjointed. And essentially the goals that you have set out don't actually come to fruition. In your case, it's been absolutely a pleasure because not only did we create the plan together, then we worked in the latter part of that year to spend time thinking about how do we operationalize that and what does that look like moving forward. And then this year, interestingly enough, we're in the middle of a pandemic and that didn't stop anyone, right? We kept moving forward and we had our virtual sessions with multiple stakeholder groups. And so one of the things I think should be noted and mentioned is that essentially this work requires us to, one, figure out who we are, and two, fundamentally remind ourselves, why are we here? Why are we in this space? And where do we want to go? And so we will continue to move forward next year towards the next steps and be your partner along that way. But I do want to absolutely say that the change that's happening with our school district, and I know it's your school district, but I appreciate you so much. I like to include myself in it as we've been partners for such a long time. The change is something that I know will absolutely become a fundamental part of who you are moving forward. And that essentially the investments and contributions of the Board of Education Dr. Hill, the senior staff members have absolutely been tantamount to getting to where we want to go. And so congratulations to you. I hope you have a wonderful summer. And I look forward to continuing to do some work with you as we move forward to continue to transform and enhance the spaces within Charles County Public Schools. So hopefully I'll see you soon. If I don't, be well and take care. I'm looking forward to continue moving forward. Bye-bye.
So as you can see, this partnership has allowed our school system to begin embedding and embracing equitable practices in a meaningful and sustainable manner. So that is our goal. So now I'd like to turn it over to Tavon.
Now that you've had a chance to meet our partner in our equity journey, we wanted to take a moment to roll it back and bring light to explain why it is important to continue this journey with equity in our district. For so long, we have adopted the philosophy that equality is the best practice in the educational community. However, over the past few years, we have discovered that equality has not yielded the desired results. This has become evident by student performances on the MCAP assessments in recent years in mathematics, English writing, and reading, which has failed to meet the minimum requirements in some of our student subgroups. With equivalent funding for buildings, using the same standardized instructional supports, and having resources has simply not been enough. As you can see in the first illustration, a group of students are trying to watch a baseball game. And despite having the same supports with the number of boxes that they are standing on, not all of the students can watch the game. We can say those boxes represents the support, the funding, and resources that are available. This is why we want to implement equity throughout the district so that our students, staff, and stakeholders receive the support, funding, and resources needed to ensure they reach the highest capacity of performance. You can also see in the definition, equity is not limited to students. It also includes cultural competency and hiring practices to ensure access and opportunities are provided to everyone. In the second illustration, you see that with the intentional individualized supports, all students have the ability to view the game. This is what we strive to achieve with using and implementing our equity efforts in Charles County Public Schools. Right now, what we have in place is our reality. Some of the supports that we have exceeds the needs of our students, and for some, it just falls short. We want to ensure that Charles County Public Schools, with our continuance with our equity journey, make sure that all of our stakeholders continue to reach their highest capacity. Next, we have Christine.
So as educators, we do what we do for our students. They are our future and they are diverse. We currently serve 79% students of color in CCPS. Based on the 2020-2021 demographics, we serve 57% Black, 21% white, 11% Latinx, 8% multiracial, 3% Asian, 0.3% Native American, and 0.2% Pacific Islander. Our students continue to grow in diversity. When you look at our staff demographics, it's different. CCPS leadership does not fully reflect the population it serves, and CCPS diversity recruiting efforts will still require action. And here's why. Currently, based on the 2020-2021 data, we have 69% of our secondary school principals who are white. We have less than 6% who are Black, Latinx, Native American, or Asian male principals in our middle and high schools. We have less than 5% of our elementary school principals who are Black, Latinx, Asian, or Native American males, and 0% of our middle and high school principals who are Latinx, Asian, or Native American females. And we have 72% of CCPS teachers who are white. I would like to expand upon the less than 6%, less than 5%, the reason being we currently have one elementary school principal who is a Black male. We had one middle school principal who was a black male until retirement in March, and we will have one high school principal who's a black male starting July. Now, our system is diverse. If you look at our vice principals, we are a very diverse group, and I'm proud to be part of that community, and I'm very grateful for that experience. However, we just have to make sure that it translates to the principalship and the central office personnel. We're asking that we take intentional efforts to hire and promote people of color in instruction and leadership positions. Devon?
This slide is showing you our statistics for our suspensions with discipline in the district. As you can see, one particular group, which is our Black and African American group, consistently since 2014 to 2019 have represented over 70% of the disciplinary suspensions within our school district. We also see that our male students have been suspended at the same rate at over 70% from 2014 to 2019. We also wanted to bring to your attention that our students with disabilities are also receiving suspensions at a rate of at least 21% each year. This is a concern of ours, and we realize that we need to take a deeper data dive to understand what is the reasoning behind the suspensions of certain subgroups within our district. What we do want to bring to your attention is that we already have in place disproportionate discipline committees within the district where they're looking at these areas. We also think that in combination with the committee and with our equity efforts, we can begin making strides to diminish the amount of suspensions within our county. Next, we have Amanda.
So why do we need an equity focus? The need for equity impacts everything that we do as a school system. In addition to the statistics that you just heard, our county has a number of practices, projects, and problems that directly address equity in our schools. Over the past several years, and even more so now as we battle a global pandemic, and by the way, thank you. I want to say thank you to all the decision makers and leaders in this room who have provided such excellent guidance and made some really difficult decisions over the past year. Like so many others, I spent many board meetings glued to my computer screen, watching you all wrestle with the options and going, wow, am I glad I'm not the one that has to make that decision. So thank you for making the hard choices. The social emotional learning and trauma-informed teaching have become very big buzzwords in education. For us in Charles County, this means that we recognize that social emotional curriculum and supports are just as essential to the long-term success of our students as academic ones. However, just like with academics, if we don't ensure that all of our students have equitable access to that curriculum, we're going to be leaving students behind. The data also shows that we have an achievement and opportunity gap in our county that impacts our students based on race, disability, and socioeconomic status. In order to narrow and close those gaps, we need a multi-tiered system of supports that takes all of those factors into consideration. We've invested a lot of time and resources in our county in empowering our schools and leaders to institute restorative discipline practices. And that overall drop in our number of suspensions tells us that that's been a very good investment. However, like Tavon pointed out, while we've made gains in how we approach discipline as a whole, we haven't necessarily seen that success transfer to that disproportionality in our suspension rates for our subgroups. The digital divide. By no means a new issue, it is one that's been brought into very stark focus by the current pandemic. And our technology department here has done a masterful job this year of trying to bridge that divide. But now that we have more technology in the hands of our students than ever before, that work is going to need to continue to be a focus and a priority as we move forward past the pandemic. Viewing our recruitment, retention, and promotion of our CCPS employees through an equity lens is essential to addressing those staffing disproportionalities that Christine spoke about. And that's why our equity task force works hand in hand with our Department of Human Resources. And while we're infusing equity into our schools, our classrooms, our teaching, and our hiring practices, we need to be doing the same with the Danielson framework, those standards that we've adopted as a county to ensure effective teaching and professional practices. As our understanding and practices grow, we need to make sure that we're using that new understanding to bolster our existing framework. Each topic I've just discussed provides one avenue to addressing equity in our school system. An intentional and consistent equity focus ties those different pathways together and lets us see the whole roadmap, which will help us move forward as a system toward a common goal. Next slide. And that goal is to meet the mandates provided to us by COMAR and by our own Board of Education, to establish equity as a priority in our system, and to ensure that bias in students' identities do not predict or predetermine their success in school. And now I will let Kim talk to you about what we have in the works to do just that.
Okay, a call to action. What's in progress? We have quite a few things in progress, and I'm just going to share a few with you today. We have a 5-year plan. Earlier this year, we talked about a 3-year plan, but we have expanded it because we think forward thinking will allow for sustainability with initiatives in order for them to become part of the daily culture and structure of all schools and work locations in CCPS. And a few items in the plan are to continue the implicit bias training for all CCPS employees, and this training will allow for everyone to understand how biases manifest itself in classrooms, schools, and all work locations, and also the lived experiences of all of us. We want to work with the school administrators to give them ideas on how to continue their work within their schools. Cultural competency training for staff. This is the now what after bias training. And then the curriculum audits, looking at the curriculum with an equity lens. And I would like to thank Jack Tuttle and his team for beginning this process in social studies. And our team is currently developing pre and post surveys for students and staff to gather baseline data in order to measure the effectiveness of the initiatives such as implicit bias training. And HR will continue with exit surveys from departing staff and analyze that data to make improvements in that area. We're also working on senior exit surveys. This will help to show effectiveness over time. And this data will help us to move forward with future planning and initiatives. The task force committee would love to present our 5-year plan to the board at a future meeting next school year. Our equity policy. This policy was approved by the Board of Education during the fall of 2020. And fidelity to the policy is a top priority in maintaining ongoing growth in this work throughout the school system. And as was stated before, restorative practices is an initiative that began a couple years ago. This will allow for meaningful discussions with students and staff. It gives students voice, it's non-punitive, and a safe space to have these conversations using restorative circles. And our equity training that we have will continue for all new members of CCPS. It's about a 2.5-hour training, and it's an overview of equity, and it gives classroom implications for all new teachers. Diversity recruitment practices. Human resources is being strategic when selecting colleges and universities and job fairs to visit. They are very intentional in recruiting diverse workforce and retaining them and all staff. They've also advertised for a new position in HR to assist in those efforts. And disproportionality committee. This committee is led by Kathy Kiesling, and she's also a member of the task force. This committee looks at the disproportionality of discipline and helps to develop plans to address the needs of individual schools based on the data. And these are just a few items That's part of our plan that we're currently working on. And now I would like to turn it over to Simone. As the Equity Committee developed our roadmap to success, we considered 3 phases of implementation: increased awareness, improve access, and enhance our practices. This process is continuous and ongoing and touches every area of our work with students. As you can tell, our district has made very good progress. We've been fortunate to have a very supportive and innovative board and superintendent. You've made equity a primary focus, and it shows. Thank you. Many schools and staff members are doing amazing work in this area. However, progress has been happening in pockets. We need to address the issues of inequity in a more systemic manner. It's time to build and expand. The task force has outlined the following priorities as our next steps. First, preparing staff and students to take a critical stance for equity. This requires ongoing professional development that is embedded in the staff workday. All of the board members and leadership staff have had implicit bias training, but it's imperative that all our staff be trained as well. To follow up on principal and vice principal trainings, we'd like to offer an equity component at monthly administrative meetings so that school leaders can continue on the forefront of improvement. This also means taking a critical review of curriculum and various contents to ensure that content is inclusive of cultures and perspective. This involves providing cultural competency training for our educators and including student voice on various committees. These initiatives require funding. We are asking for a dedicated budget to build a cadre of facilitators so that we can build our own capacity to train our staff. We recently advertised for implicit bias trainers. Over 800 staff members expressed interest in becoming a trainer. We currently have funding for 20 facilitators. With over 3,500 staff members, we are going to need more trainers and more funding. With an initiative this far-reaching, good communication is essential. The task force would like to provide quarterly updates to board members. While a district-wide plan exists, schools need the flexibility and resources to develop a school-based strategic plan for equity and diversity which fits the needs of their individual communities. To promote transparency and accountability, we must continue to provide annual public reporting of data metrics such as student achievement, student discipline, staffing satisfaction and demographics, and information from our students on school climate and culture. Our system must also continue to consider strategic and targeted initiatives for our special needs groups. One example of innovation you'll hear about soon, the Task Force on Equity and Excellence for Black Boys, which is being piloted at 2 of our schools. Another area of potential innovation includes the strategic use of ESSA funds for direct student services. We are confident that we can be more thoughtful in our approach to teaching and learning, which will lead to better instruction and a stronger community. Kim? Okay, next slide. Okay, we're going back to equity and equality, and I love this slide. It brings home what equity and equality look like. And why we need to ensure equity is always at the forefront to all that we do in Charles County Public Schools. Next slide, please. Here we have some resources, so if there's other things you would like to read about on equity, diversity, student opportunity, and access, these are a few resources for you. And finally, I would like to give a huge thank you, shout out to the Equity Task Force Committee. They have been a crucial part of making our vision a reality, and I thank them for all that they do for our students and staff in CCPS. And I would like to thank our 2 board members. Thank you so much. They have also been a huge part in everything that we've done and accomplished for these past 2 years. And I look forward to working on all these initiatives in the next few years. So now, do you have any questions of us?
Board members? Mrs. McGraw?
I don't have any questions. I just have a comment and commendation for all of your work. What I really like is the suggestions that you have for us as to how to move forward. I always like it when anyone has suggestions and helps us to problem solve together. So you've laid it out very clearly for us as to, what our next steps need to be. So thank you all very much for the work that you've done. It's excellent, absolutely excellent.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you so much. Oh, Mr. Lucas?
Sorry. So I just want to thank you all again personally for all the work you did, and just so I was taking notes, and I just want to make sure I heard correctly that that right now, I mean, going forward, and I was just looking at our policy that we have, or our board policy 1820, which speaks to having an equity task force, but it doesn't explicitly say, what the outcome of that task force should be. I believe what I heard you say was that that you have a budget for facilitators, but in your view, you could probably use more facilitators. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And I mean, as everyone recognizes, there's a lot of things we'd like to do, but money, as it does, tends to get in its way. But just speaking for myself, as we look at the monies that are coming in, and if these are truly, not that this is a one-time event, but certainly facilitating some sort of training might be a one-time event. There might be other opportunities for funding rather than being part of the operating budget through a grant or something like that. So I hope moving forward, we can find a way to make sure that we have more facilitators, because I do think it's an important thing. And most of us here took that training from Dr. Green, and I thought it was very good. And something along those lines, I think, would help the workforce. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So board members, in looking at today's agenda, I hope that you see the theme of us highlighting our efforts in equity work over the past 2 years, and then, go ahead and have a seat. And then especially over the last several months. And I think it's important for board members as well as our community to understand the variety of work that we've been doing together. And I think all of this work will spiral us into continuing to make sure that we are meeting the needs of all of our students, but as well, all of our employees. So after the death of George Floyd at the hands of a law enforcement officer, many of us were very frustrated and confused in trying to understand how to manage our feelings. And I thought to myself, as the leader of this organization, what can I do? Because, when you feel confused and frustrated, it helps me to do something. And I knew I really couldn't do anything to impact or support the family of George Floyd in this case, but I thought, what can I do that is within my control? And I thought, what you need to do is you need to understand the experiences of your own African American employees. You need to set up some sort of forum to be able to listen and understand how they feel as an employee of Charles County Public Schools, and how we could better support each other as we look to then support students. So we developed this group, and it is a dynamic group. It's a very vocal group. We have 2 board members who are part of the group, and 2 members of the group who are here to share with the board and the community their experiences as a part of the group. Darnell Lewis Russell and Ethel Hosendorf, both administrators in our school district. So thank you both, and I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Hill, members of the board, Charles County Public Schools, and the Charles County community, just for the opportunity to share and to speak today. When invited to participate in the African American Task Force, employee task force, honestly, it was with mixed emotions. Quite frankly, there was frustration, there was fear, and more so fatigue. Just tired that it has to take so much for a leader to step up and begin to lead and really provoke change. So I was so happy that Dr. Hill made the call, took the opportunity to use that as her level of influence and bring people together to provoke change. And so I joined the committee, and I'm so glad I did. This past year has been extremely, very life-changing in terms of what I've learned. There were two powerful things or concepts that I really took away from the entire committee. One, the power of voice, and two, the power of empathy. Voice being that African Americans, especially employees within this county, can no longer remain silent at the injustice that we may experience or even see as we serve and lead within our school system. That we literally have to begin to use our voices, say some things so that way we can begin to change some things. One thing Dr. Hill did with the committee was allow us the space to be able not just to vent, but also to give voice to solutions to problems that would otherwise be ignored. So the power of our voices, us sharing collectively as colleagues among one another, but also realizing that, listen, our voice was not the only voice in the room and that everyone's voice mattered and that we actually learned from one another. The second thing that I really took away from the committee this year was the power of empathy. You know, I found Dr. Hill, I'm very observant, but I found Dr. Hill coming to every meeting with a pen and a pad. She came to the meeting with provoking or probing questions. She came to the meeting not just willing to listen to our experiences, but being willing to say, hey, I'm vulnerable. And I believe she even said in one meeting that she doesn't have all the answers and that she was seeking to not just walk alongside us, but also be willing to listen, put on our shoes and learn and gather from our experiences. This idea of empathy, I think, needs to be carried even from this committee forward in that everyone's experience is not the same and that we all have to be willing to learn from one another and also be willing to teach one another. I'm so grateful that Dr. Hill opened up the door for change. It really impacted me, but I'm looking forward to the door not closing, especially as we change guards where leadership is concerned. I'm looking forward to the new superintendent to continue to elevate African American voices here in our county. I'm looking forward to the new superintendent and just us collectively as leaders to take this concept of race, equity, diversity in our school system and change it once and for all. So thank you again, Dr. Hill, for the opportunity. It was very impactful. Thank you, board members.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Darnell Lewis Russell. I currently serve as a vice principal at Henry Lackey High School, and I'm very honored and humbled to be serving as the next principal of Maurice J. McDonough High School. I want to come to you guys this afternoon and echo the same sentiments that Ms. Hosendorf said here just a moment ago, and say how appreciative we are to Dr. Hill for giving us the platform and the space to talk about some of these issues that are facing our school system. One of the things that is really important about our group and when we met is that it was so important for our voices to be heard and we share some of the experiences that we've had in common as African American employees in the school system. But even more so than that, it's really important that we were able to highlight the areas of growth that our school system still needs to have in order for us to move into the future. I do want to share with you guys this afternoon one of the personal testimonies that I have as being a CCPS employee. I am a CCPS graduate, and when I was coming back home to seek employment in the school system over a decade ago, I couldn't get an interview. It was really hard for me to come to terms with that piece, but it was a chance encounter that I had with a school system employee off chance that I was able to then get an interview as a teacher. It's really important that I highlight this to you because I think that one of the areas that we need to improve on as a school system is to make sure that we have the functions in place, the structures in place, so that we can make sure that all of our students that are leaving to go on to college and becoming teachers are able to come back home and there's a space for them within our school system. It's also important that we are intentional about recruitment. Our recruitment practices are really trying to evolve, and we're doing a really good job of trying to get as many diverse staff members as possible. We have to be even more intentional about that to make sure that we are not only recruiting diverse people, but we're also getting staff members that are coming back to our homes that are students from the past. One of the many things that I've learned from this task force and being a part of it is that not only is it important that our voices are heard as African American employees, but it's also important that we focus on relationships that we have with each other among various types of ethnic groups within the school system. One of the sentiments that was echoed, that I will echo from the previous presenters, is that not only is implicit bias training a really important piece of the work that we still need to do as a school system, but marrying and bridging gaps between the multiple trainings that we have going on is very important, i.e. restorative practices and our equity trainings, and making sure that all of those things are married together to ensure that our staff understands that all of these things are going to increase and better the experience of all of our staff members, and then overall, ultimately, increase student achievement. Thank you.
Any questions? Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
I don't have any questions or just comment. It's been a pleasure to be a part of both groups. That's why I didn't say anything when you guys was coming up. And I'm so proud of each and every one of the members of this particular staff task force, is because it's hard to really share your heart and your feelings. And as I'm a leader in the community, I've been advocating this last year about how we have to balance our heart work and our head work. And sometimes, you know, the business-minded people are so focused on business, and then the other people are focused on their heart. They're just trying to do things because they just love what they do. But at some point in time, we have to come together and really hear both sides so we can understand the needs of everybody holistically. And the one thing that I love about what Dr. Hill has done is introducing to the system, streamlining, strategically making sure everybody feels included in the process. And I do feel this is a great start to allow you all to continue to use your voice and see the outcome of utilizing your voice more often. So I've been very honored to watch from the beginning with the Equity Task Force and as well as your task force to see how you all have grown. And I'm so proud to be in the room to hear, you know, how you have shared your heart, and to a point where you don't feel uncomfortable any longer because you felt that this was a genuine process, and I believe it's been a genuine process. So I'm looking forward to and hoping that the new leadership, and of course, you know, I will advocate that we continue to do this, but thank you for allowing yourself to be scared, but trust the process down the way. So I'm so honored to, you know, just hear the feedback from you too, but of course, you know, I've heard the feedback from everybody else as well. So thank you, Dr. Hill, for your willingness to just open the door for this.
Thank you. Mrs. McGraw?
I just want to make a comment as well. I am shocked, Mr. Lewis Russell, to hear that 10 years ago you could not get an interview here in Charles County Public Schools. And I am so grateful for some divine intervention.
That's what we'll call it. Yes, absolutely.
Because in 10 short years, you have risen to the point that you are now a principal in our school system, and what an opportunity we would have lost if that hadn't happened. So I thank you both for your very honest and candid conversation today, and of course we thank Dr. Hill for having the foresight and vision to be sensitive to the needs of every one of our employees. But I wish you both the best and hope that you will continue to be part of this task force and continue the work to make us all aware of everyone's needs.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
thank you.
Very appreciative.
Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I just wanted to say, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Hill, that every county was required to develop an equity task force. Is that true?
The Equity Task Force, yes.
Correct. So, and I'm glad you made that's sort of kind of where I was going with that. So, and I looked at what other counties put out, and a lot of them, quite honestly, they couldn't come close to what happened here, and really in a very short amount of time too, I might add. So, I do think that's a testament to our commitment. Even going back to the previous board, and Dr. Hill was superintendent, when we made a concerted effort to go recruiting at places that we normally didn't go recruit. And it all starts with doing those things, and I like your phrase that you used, to provoke change. I like that. So, you know, these things, they take time, but it's not decades to turn things. It can happen very tangibly in a couple of years, and I'm glad to see the efforts that have been put forth. And thanks for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Dr. Hill?
Thank you both very much. You know, it's tough to be a leader and to allow yourself to be vulnerable, and I think we all did that together. We did that together, and we were able to have a very rich conversation over many, many meetings. And I appreciate the willingness of the group to have themselves be vulnerable, as well as my vulnerability. We all shared that in those meetings, and even though they were virtual, they were very, very frank and very honest discussions of feelings. And I think it's important to remind the board and the public that one of the big outgrowths of that task force was the new position in Ms. Major's department, which is going to be an inclusion and diversity specialist who will focus on the needs of our adults. We have folks focused on the needs of our children. We still have work to do in that area, but we have folks doing that. So now we're going to have someone who will lead the focus of support for our diverse employees. And I think that that's a key takeaway here, and I'm proud of that work. So continuing on, we also have with us today, and if they wouldn't mind coming forward, we have Dr. Vermel Green, who is a member of the State Board of Education. And then we have two of our principals, Ms. Diane Roberts, principal at Westlake High School, and Dr. Melinda Johnson, principal at J.P. Ryan Elementary School. And Diane and Melinda have been working with Dr. Green and her task force for quite a while on enhancing the achievement, the academic achievement of Black boys. And Dr. Green is passionate about this work, and they have brought with them a presentation, and we also have hard copies of the report that they have come up with as a result of their work. And so, Dr. Green, we're going to hand board members a hard copy of all of those. I know we have electronic copies also. And I so appreciate you spending time with us here. I know you're a Charles County resident, and we appreciate that.
Thanks so much.
Representing us on the State Board of Education. But ladies, I will turn it over to you.
All right. Ready? Okay. First of all, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
President Latina Wilson and Vice Chair Virginia McGraw and members of the board. And a special thank you to Dr. Hill. And I must commend Dr. Hill. When this started as an idea last summer, and then when our board president, Clarence Crawford, said, well, you really need to work on proof of concept and perhaps recruit some districts, some schools that would be interested in piloting recommendations that you're working on. Well, the first county I thought of course, was at home. And so I called Dr. Hill. You remember that? And without hesitation, she said, absolutely, we want to do this. And she encouraged me so much because she was the very first superintendent I had contacted. You know, I was emboldened. I said, wow, you know, I'm going to call some other people. And then I realized, well, wait a minute, I need to let Dr. Salmon do that. But still, I just commend Dr. Hill for her enthusiasm. And then on top of that, when I talked to your board chair, I keep wanting to say Tina. No, I'm going to be respectful. Your board chair, Latina Wilson, and your vice chair, Virginia McGraw, they too were so enthusiastic. So, and especially Mrs. Brown as well. So Charles County, you're on board. And I just thank you so much for this opportunity to share with you our work. And I better stop because I was told I had 15 minutes, and sometimes it takes me 15 minutes to say hello. So we're going to go on. So do we have a small technical difficulty? Are we? Board members have this on their laptop. Oh, okay. Well, that's great. All righty. We will get it up on the screen momentarily. Okay, not a problem. One of the first things that you can pull up is the task force report that came up in 2007 and 2010. Because ours was not the first attempt at trying to elevate the performance of our young black boys. And I prefer the term boys because they are children. You know, I don't like males. You know, I used to teach biology. I thought, you know, a male was a fish or a crab or something like that. These are children, so I like the boys and young men. But they called theirs the African American Male Group Report and their task force, and they set out doing many of the recommendations that we wanted to do. But yet 10 years later, if you could go to your first slide that talks about the performance level broken down by race and ethnicity. And you can see, nope, still no? Okay, you can see that at the very bottom, unfortunately, are our black children. And performing, and this is math from grades 3 through 8. And even though our black children are at the bottom, when you disaggregate it by gender, you see in the next page that of our black children, our black males are doing even worse. The girls are kind of propping up the boys. In fact, this is one of the things that we wanted to change with the Maryland School Report Card. That's not disaggregated by gender. It's disaggregated by race. And you say, well, gosh, the numbers are bad. But hey, when they get disaggregated by gender, you'll see that our black boys are at the very bottom of the bottom. Going on to the next slide, where it talks about English and language arts. Grades 3 through 8, again, our black children are at the bottom. But when it's disaggregated by gender, in that next slide, you'll see that our boys are below our girls, far below our girls. And really, we're concentrating on black boys in our report, but really, boys of all races perform below the girls. If you looked at the data by gender, all of our boys in math, that boys used to dominate, math, reading especially, our boys, black, white, brown, yellow, they're performing below the girls. Then you get to the suspension and expulsion data. All right, this is when the boys really rise to the top. Unfortunately. This is by male and female. This is all races and all genders. Boys, more than twice the rate of suspension and expulsions. But when you go to the next slide, you'll see that among the boys, the black boys are at the top. And that graph is a stark realization that this is statewide. Now, I would like to be able to say that, oh, this is only a problem that Maryland has, and we need to do what Wyoming does, or New York does, or Mississippi does. But it is true right across the country. Our black boys at the top of suspension and expulsion rates and at the bottom of test scores. Let's look at graduation rates in that next slide. Again, disaggregated by gender, male and female. You see our black boys and our black girls. Our black girls are on par with other races. but not our black boys. 81% graduation rate. So what happens to the other 19% who don't graduate? So after looking for 3 years at that kind of data, I basically said to myself and said to my colleagues on the board, look, if our black boys are in trouble, so are we all. We need to do something. So they approved the formation of a task force. I guess they were tired of hearing me harping on this month after month, saying our boys are in trouble, our black boys especially are in trouble. How can we just continue to go to the next agenda item after looking at data like that and just keeping on as business as usual? So I received approval to form a task force, but I said, you know what? I love our businessmen, I love our community leaders and our politicians, but you know what? I need a group of educators. I need teachers, people who know what happens in a classroom, people who know how to teach. So I was always taught, when I used to recruit volunteers at my church, my pastor used to always say, you never go to anybody who's not doing anything. You always go to busy people because they'll do the work. So I found the 21 busiest people I could find, teachers, former principals, instructional specialists, and I added up their years of experience. It totaled 435 plus years of education experience, mainly in the classroom. We wanted teachers, people who knew what they were talking about. We have come up, not just a fancy report, and if you look on your report, and hopefully you're not peeking, you're waiting until the end, it says a resource guide for educators. We wanted a resource guide. We didn't want to have a fancy report that someone's going to stick in a file cabinet, because that's what happened with those other reports. When someone gave me a copy, they went to a box in their office, and they had boxes and boxes of it in their file cabinet, sitting there. So we didn't want that. We wanted to have a resource guide that administrators, teachers would be referring to. There's even note pages in there that they can take notes and ideas. We wanted something that they were going to use. We came up with 16 recommendations. Those recommendations, we also wanted to give strategies. How could you implement those recommendations? And what are some roadblocks? Because you know and I know, whenever you try to do something new, there's going to be some naysayers. So how do you address those naysayers? One of the first ways you address them is through the data. But then we also wanted to say, what are some ideas? How can you get past those roadblocks? So what we also told our superintendents when we presented to the superintendents and to the boards and other principals, if you hear a recommendation for what your school or district is already doing, you have to say, what does the data show? Because we heard that one time when we presented our recommendations. Someone told me, well, we're already doing that. And I'm thinking, have you seen your data? So you need to ask, is it working? Okay? Do you have proof of concept? And that's something that came from our board president, Clarence Crawford. From his background in business, he said you need to recruit some pilot schools for proof of concept to show that it works. So you can go back to those people who say, we're already doing this. You can say, hey, look what they're doing and how they're really blowing it out of the water. And so we tell people, if they're already doing it and it's working, share your strategies, share your data. But if it's not working, they need to also share what has not worked and why. And they really need to get past the point where they're just, go ahead and show it. They're doing the same thing over and over and over again. And we need to say, you need to move on. You need to move on. You need to move on. So here, that is the genesis of the task force on achieving academic equity. Oh, I've said it so many times. Task force on achieving academic equity and excellence for black boys. And now I'm going to turn things over to Mrs. Diane Roberts, principal at Westlake High School, Charles County's own. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to speak about Group 1. I facilitated Group 1. It was for the social, emotional, and behavioral supports for black boys. The purpose of our study group was to develop recommendations to provide effective approaches for social, emotional, and behavioral supports. While there were many systems of support in place, which you've heard today, there is PBIS, there is restorative practices. The disparities are still there with Black boys in the data. The recommendations and strategies that we are presenting are designed to improve the learning environment so that every Black boy enrolled in Maryland Public Schools receives social, emotional, and behavioral supports that lead to a sense of school belonging and improved outcomes. Our goal was to change the narrative and disrupt the deficit frameworks associated with Black boys. Trauma-informed practices say you don't ask what's wrong with you, you ask what happened. So we approached this with what happened. Was it that a Black boy arrived to a classroom and the teacher just thought in their head, because of the way you look, you won't be successful? Or was it that they were smothered when they tried to express their creativity? We know that somewhere along the journey, they lost faith in education. And so they pretty much just zoned out. So we needed to know what caused that disengagement. In our recommendations, we centered upon the uniqueness of educating Black boys. So recommendation number 1.1, require de-escalation and other evidence-based intervention and training for all school staff. Conflicts in the classroom arise between teachers and students, and it often results in the student's removal from class. It could also result in loss of instructional time and, more importantly, damage to the student-teacher relationship. This increases suspension and repeated behaviors. Verbal intervention and de-escalation skills are important tools for school staff to minimize the escalation of conflict. When a student is in conflict, a heightened state of alert is triggered, and an adult trained in de-escalation calms a distressed student, they control the learning environment, and they model executive functions for others, thereby creating that safe space, not only for that student, but for others. We must not forget also restoration to conclude the matter. Recommendation 1.2. Include, as Dr. Green mentioned, gender as part of the Maryland Report Card, which would be a true measure of the equity or lack of equity being achieved for Black boys. The equity tab on the report card currently provides data by race, but it does not disaggregate data by gender. What we are asking is for the Maryland Report Card to display the data by gender and by race, and it will accomplish 3 goals. First, it will raise the educator and the public's awareness of the performance of Black boys when compared to their peers on the indicators. Next, it would demonstrate a continuous commitment to monitoring and improving educational outcomes for Black boys. Finally, it would identify and recognize schools that that show gains in the academic achievement of Black boys. And then we can all turn around and say, well, what did you do? How did you do it? Recommendation 1.3. Coordinate a structured mentoring program, adult male or peer mentoring, tailored to meet the social and emotional learning needs for identified Black boys in K through 12. Research suggests that students can benefit from having an adult male mentor with the following stipulations. The mentor must possess personal attributes needed in a student's life, the mentor must be properly trained, and the mentor and mentee should be appropriately matched. Many Black men are equipped and positioned to help guide Black boys to success. However, there are frequently more Black boys needing a mentor than Black men to mentor them. A lot of pressure gets put on individual schools to find mentors, and so our suggestion was, or our recommendation was, a district-wide initiative focused on recruiting male mentors and establishing a structured mentoring program in identified schools, and it will help address that shortage. We also recommended that Maryland State Department of Education assist districts with planning and hosting a mentoring summit, which includes training, workshops, and discussion groups. A lot of times, a lot of schools in our county have mentoring programs, but we're all doing things in our own little bubble. It is best to get together and exchange best practices. Mentoring increases the likelihood that these young men feel that they matter and increase racial identity and self-efficacy in life. Recommendation 1.4, implement a rites of passage program for Black boys in grades 6 through 12. The purpose of this intervention is to foster student accountability and improve in attendance, academics, behavior, and social-emotional growth through the strengthening of a sense of school community. The need to belong is a basic human motivation, and educational equity gaps suggest that Black boys are not being motivated by traditional school environments. Through a school-based rites of passage program, the school environment will become a safe space for Black boys to be themselves while receiving support from caring adults as they go through the transitional phases of development. Each school would need to customize their program based on rites of passage guidelines. Those are distinct elements. For example, it could be components like knowing your history, career development, community involvement. Someone even mentioned this week learning how to change a tire. Simple things. It should also include rituals to celebrate success. For example, there is a school in Chicago, a school, where when the seniors, they all wear ties at this school, but when the seniors have their secondary program or plans solidified, when they're accepted into college or a trade school, they change the color of their tie to let everyone know in the school community that I have achieved this milestone. The recommendations presented align with the 5 key social-emotional learning. They are self-awareness, social awareness, self-management, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. The goal was to instruct and engage Black boys in a safe space.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Roberts. Dr. Johnson.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am going to speak about study group number 2, and the focus was on recruiting and training skilled, competent teachers and administrators. And when we talk about this, this study group's focus, I want you to think about a blazing inferno, AKA our Black boy crisis. Who are the first responders that are going to extinguish this inferno and monitor, investigate, inspect, and make sure that it stays out and sustain that? The purpose of study group 2 is to develop recommendations to recruit, retain, and develop a cadre of teachers and administrators that are trained to support our Black boys. 2.1, provide for financial incentives to recruit and retain racially and ethnically diverse teachers and administrators in the profession. Financial incentives. We want to be an attractive school district so that we can attract our diverse population of teachers, is what Mr. Williams spoke of before us. Recommendation 2.2, we want to require our hiring personnel to have training, not just hiring training, but equitable practices for racially and ethnically diverse teacher candidates. We want to make sure that we have a pool that is diverse. We don't just want to go into the same areas, the same schools, the same colleges. We want to travel and get a group of teachers that are going to be responsible for our Black boys, but be intentional about extinguishing the inferno. 2.3, recruit racially and ethnically diverse teachers and administrative candidates into programs to educate and prepare them to enter the profession. Once they are hired and recruited, what do we do with them before they jump into the classroom? How do we support them? What programs or what data do we provide for them? And then 2.4 goes right with 2.3. We want to make sure that there's continued professional development, ongoing support for culturally responsive teacher practices and methods to support the academic, social, and emotional learning and developmental needs of our Black boys. We focus so much on what we teach, we need to focus on who we teach and learning their brain development, how they process, how they respond, when they shut down. Recommendation 2.5, we want to use a multi-pronged approach to retrain Black men and other ethnically diverse teachers and administrators in the profession. So what does that look like? What is that approach, and how are we intentional about making sure that we are recruiting not only teachers, but administrators? Well, when I first came to Charles County, I remember Dr. Hill said to the staff, our students need to see people in front of them who look like them across all positions in the county. So I present to you the recommendations for study group number 2. I'll turn it back over to Dr. Green.
And I'll be talking about curricula and instruction.
Just a word about study group 2 and about recruiting teachers and administrators. I had a school, a private school for boys. It was in Prince George's County, just outside the district. Our student population was 100% black boys. One of my most effective teachers was a young white woman who had just graduated from college. She was excellent because she loved those boys, she respected those boys, and something that my grandma used to always say, she didn't take any tea for the fever. In other words, she did not play. She was no nonsense. One time I walked past her classroom, and the boys would stand up, line up at the door. Then she'd say, okay, go back and sit down. And this happened about 2 or 3 times, and I kind of questioned her. She said, Mrs. Green, they needed some lineup drills, and that they needed some practice. I said, go right ahead. So it's not so much the color or even the sex of the teacher, but they have to have a heart for our boys. They have to be trained. They have to realize that boys learn differently than girls. They have to realize the cultural differences that are there. And when you have a profession that, especially at the elementary school, is in the 80s and 90% white females, you can't say, well, we're going to recruit all black male teachers. No, no, no. You just need to recruit and train the teachers who are going to love all children and who are going to love our boys. So, Charles County, if you've got teachers who are willing, they can learn. They can learn. Curricular instruction. We want it to, in this study group, to develop recommendations about effective research-based strategies and instructional approaches to improve the academic outcomes for our black boys. We wanted to have culturally relevant pedagogy and culturally responsive teaching and anti-bias practices in classrooms and schools, just as the previous task force was studying. In 3.2, we also needed to find out what we need to do to teach our children how to read properly. And I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, this whole language garbage is not the way to teach children how to read.
Tell us how you really feel.
Well, you know what, I said, well, maybe I shouldn't, but you know what, I'll be 70 years old next year, and I'm at the age where I can say what I want to say. Our children need systematic, explicit phonics. So if you have teachers who are in classrooms and they've got a bunch of words on the wall for kids to memorize, that is not teaching them systematic, explicit phonics. That's how you learn to read, and especially our boys. They can't memorize enough words so that they become literate readers. This might work for first grade and second grade and even third grade, but once you get up to 7th and 8th grade, you can't memorize all the words. This is something I never realized because I taught high school biology. I just figured, well, why can't the kids sound out the words? And I would tell them, sound it out. And they'd look at me like I had 3 eyes. They didn't know what sounded out meant. And they couldn't memorize arthropoda and coleoptera and all those other biological words. So I found out that's how children are being taught in the elementary grades. Memorize words. Look at the first letter. Look at the last letter. Look at the picture. Can you guess what that word is? If you have teachers teaching children how to read like that, they need a hard lesson in explicit systematic phonics. Thank you very much. Okay. Next, math. Address ongoing gaps in math and gradual math decline through advancing grades by using standards-based real-world math instruction infused with STEM activities. Our boys are very hands-on. They can't just sit and listen. They need to have hands-on, be able to see how relevant math is, make it real world. Take them to a store and let them figure out if those sneakers are on sale and they're 20% off, well, how much are they gonna cost? Making math real world, making math relevant. 3.4 talks about the algebra project. For those students who have persistent gaps when it comes to algebra and on through advancing grades, investigate the algebra project. Going on to 3.5, equal opportunity schools. This is where our high schools can really excel by addressing enrollment in advanced placement courses and also gaps in advancement to college and college graduation. You know and I know that a high school diploma is not going to, unless they have a trade to go along with it, a high school diploma by itself will not support the lifestyle that many of our children want and desire. They need either a trade. Now, if they get into a trade, hey, they can make a lot more than a PhD. But still, a lot of our children aren't going into the trades. But we need to make sure that they can at least go to college and be prepared. 3.6, it was tried once in Charles County, I understand. One of your colleagues shared with me. But the problem was that it didn't go by the prescripts of Title IX. And because of that, when you try to set up single gender classes or even within co-ed schools, you have to go by the prescripts of Title IX. So if this is something that your teachers and your principals or your schools would like to do, we can help them. And then recommendation 3.7, and this is something that's going to happen this fall. It's going to be an annual symposium on teaching and engaging Black boys. It's going to be hosted by the State Department of Education. We're going to have an initial summit August, oh gosh, they keep changing. Is it the 5th or the 4th? The 5th, thank you. August 5th. So mark your calendar from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We're going to have one of the gentlemen who helped us to develop some of these recommendations, Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu. Dr. Kunjufu has worked with hundreds and hundreds of schools and thousands of students, helping schools to reach and teach our Black boys. So when we get into next steps are, first of all, our priorities. First of all, to identify local school systems and to pilot schools, to pilot the recommendations, and that's what we've done. We have 11 schools representing 8 different school districts. 2 schools are right here in wonderful God's country, Charles County. Woohoo! All right, yes. Baltimore County, we're getting 2 schools from them. They haven't identified the schools as yet. Calvert County, Charles County, of course. Howard County is participating. Kent County, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, Queen Anne's County. At this point, we are comfortable with having just 11 schools or maybe 13 schools because we want to be able to support them. Our advisory council wants to be able to support them. We don't want to fail. We want to excel. We want to prove to the naysayers that something can be done. Black boys being at the top of suspension rates and at the bottom of test scores is not something we have to accept. Go on to the next one, please. So the advisory council, the task force is no more. It has now been replaced by an advisory council made up of former task force members in addition to MSDE. The MSDE are the worker bees. They're the ones who are really going to do the work. We have summer training opportunities, so we've already been talking to Mrs. Roberts and Dr. Johnson that we're going to need their teams going through training this summer. And I met with the principals. We met with the principals today, and we told our principals, no half-stepping. If you're going to do this, you're going to do it right. If you're not, then just send me an email, say, Dr. Green, thank you, but no thank you. We don't think we can commit because we have to succeed. These babies can't continue to be pushed aside and ignored. We're going to have the statewide summit and launch August 5th, and then we're going to, drum roll, establish a permanent Maryland State Department office for the Achieving Academic Equity and Achievement for Black Boys. We will be the only state in America that has put this at the state level. There are certain cities, Oakland, Seattle, Philadelphia, their city school districts have established this office. But this is showing that we are going to elevate to the top. So I commend Dr. Salmon, our state superintendent, and I tell you, and I have to give her kudos, if I were 2 weeks before my retirement, I would be using my sick leave. I would be calling in saying, well, not today, but she is out visiting schools up in Western Maryland, Southern Maryland. She is working as hard as I've ever seen her work. But she has given us funding for this. She asked me a question I shared with Dr. Hill. She asked me a question I have never been asked. I've been teaching since 1974, and all those years, no one ever asked me, how much money do you want? And she asked me that, and I couldn't respond, because and so she said, well, what about $3 to $5 million? I said, Lord Jesus, thank you. So she is putting her money where her heart is. Her heart is to make sure that these boys are taken care of, even in her absence. We've already talked with Mr. Chowdhury, our new state superintendent. I told him that 9 o'clock on his first day in July 1, we're going to sit down. No, it's not that bad. But he is all for it as well. So we're looking for great things. We can go on to the next slide. Questions? Dr. Hill, I was not obedient to your 15 minutes. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Questions and answers.
Any questions, Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
Thank you. Awesome presentation. I'm so excited about it, of course. My question is, as it relates to Dr. Roberts and Dr. Johnson, I'm sorry, is it Johnson?
Dr. Johnson?
Yeah. Is this going to be specific to a certain group of members of the school or all the black boys in the school?
I'm going to reach out. I have reached out to the community already. We did a survey so that they can tell me what they would like.
Gotcha.
I'm asking for families to volunteer, first of all, for the things that we have chosen. And each pilot school chooses 2 of the 16 recommendations.
You want to share which one you choose?
Yes. The first one is for all staff to be trained. So recommendation 1.1 in de-escalation techniques. This is very important because it's going to cover all students. The second one is the Rites of Passage program.
Yeah, I love that one, of course. Thank you.
And in my school, we are similarly doing surveying the parents and the staff. We've already started training with Dr. Gurian, and our staff was just so intrigued in learning about the male brain and the female brain, the boy brain and the girl brain. And so we've already started that. So our recommendations were more on the training side for staff for culturally responsive practices, but also a mentoring program.
Awesome. Thank you. I love it.
Anyone else? Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Green, Principal Johnson, and Principal Roberts, thank you all for your wonderful, wonderful presentation. Dr. Green, your passion is amazing. I really like it. I really like it. No questions. I just want to say thank you. I mean, so many times, this is not a new issue. We've had this problem for a very, very, very long time. And so many times we get presented data, but not always a way how to address it and how to fix it. And you guys are taking it to that next level. Have a resource guide, but you guys have really just dove into this. And there's so many wonderful ideas. And just thank you, all 3 of you, so very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Excellent. So, Dr. Green, I'm very excited to have you here. We've had conversations, and I expect ongoing conversations. I do know that we've had this conversation about how task force come about, and they make all these recommendations, and one of the courageous conversations you and I had is follow up and follow through. And then when I found out that we had 2 pilot programs in Charles County, I was like, hallelujah. So I expect to see more of you. You're always welcome, and I'm very, very excited about this. And like my colleague has said, there are solutions that, and like you say, a resource guide. So thank you for your hard work and efforts, and you can expect us to come and visit and support and encourage as much as we possibly can. So I'm excited and looking forward to following up on the other recommendations as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Board members, we often say to you and to our community that our staff members are typically leaders in the state. And I think that sometimes you think that I just say that and it doesn't really happen. But this is just a prime example of 2 of our principals who have quietly been going about becoming leaders in the state in this area. And so thank you, Dr. Johnson, Principal Roberts, for the work that you've done in addition to your regular jobs, which are really high-demand jobs. And Dr. Green, you're welcome anytime to come visit us. Certainly.
Thank you so much. So, Dr. Hill, before you bring up the next agenda item?
Yes.
This concludes the diversity.
No, we have
Yeah,
one more.
One more? Okay, go ahead.
This is the final piece. Come on up, team. And there they are. Okay, so the final piece of the equity theme presentations is a group that we've recently convened called the National Response Committee. We have 3 of our members here who will introduce themselves and talk about our team in general. They'll introduce you to the entire team and then show you something that we're getting ready to launch today.
Oh, yes.
Turn it over to the team.
Good afternoon, Board Chairperson Wilson, Vice Chairperson McGraw, Board members, Dr. Hill, and staff. My name is Nina D. I'm the school counselor at Mary H. Matula Elementary School and co-chair of the Charles County Public Schools National Response Committee. With me today is my fellow co-chair, Shelley Mackey, a communications specialist, and committee member Kevin Howard, a human resources specialist. Other members of our committee have joined us today for this presentation and will be introduced shortly. I'd like to ask you to please draw your attention to the screen as our committee has put together a brief presentation about our work and our mission. Last year, while we were safe at home, the world outside our windows was flooded with social injustices and racially charged events, causing many of us to pause and consider how and when we should have important yet difficult conversations with our students. Events like these continue to occur, and students and staff alike come to school and work each day affected in some way by these injustices. Instant access to news and social media outlets requires our school leaders, staff, and families to be better equipped to handle sensitive topics with our children. In March 2021, Dr. Hill formed the National Response Committee so that Charles County Public Schools would no longer be silent and instead be a support to our students, families, and staff to aid in discussions about social actions that diminish the values of others. This committee sits before you today.
The National Response Committee was formed to ensure that all school system stakeholders, our students, teachers, staff, parents, and our Charles County community members feel valued and supported. Charles County Public Schools is committed to ensuring schools are safe places where all students and staff are welcomed, valued, and respected. Part of providing all children with an education that prepares them for life includes teaching children about their rights and the rights of others. Modeling the value of diversity and treating all members of society as equals reinforces mutual respect and promotes positive relationships. So the goal of our committee is to help our stakeholders address sensitive subjects, social actions, or other events that diminish the worth or value of others.
I am humbled and honored to lead this amazing and diverse group of professionals alongside Mrs. Mackey. Please allow me to introduce our committee members. Kimberly Hairston, Director of Equity and Diversity. Dr. Kimberly Hill, Superintendent of Schools. Kevin Howard, Human Resources Specialist. Dr. Melinda Johnson, Principal at J.P. Ryan Elementary School. Marvin Jones, Executive Director of Schools. Kathy Lynn Kiesling, Director of Student Services. Deandra Prescott, Executive Assistant to the Superintendent of Schools, and Jack Tuttle, Content Specialist for Social Studies. Our committee includes experts in education, leadership, counseling, mental health, instruction, communications, equity, and diversity. Together, we have a combined experience of more than 200 years in education with over 150 years of service in Charles County Public Schools. We too have been impacted by these social injustices, and our team is committed to this important and necessary work.
So the committee came up with the National Response Implementation and Process and Procedures. So if you go to the next slide, what you do is have in front of you is a checklist to walk through how we as a committee can support one another as a committee as we come together if there's an upcoming crisis, something that's about to happen. For example, we knew that the verdict was going to come down in the George Floyd case. So how can we prepare in order to get a response from Charles County Public Schools, and/or for crises that arise at any given time. So you can see that the committee would come together and it goes to a flow chart, and the members of the team did an outstanding job of color coding this so that way when it goes out to principals and to other administrators and staff, everyone knows exactly where they fit in throughout this process. So if you look down as it goes down, color coded, you have the National Response Committee. We also get together, obviously, with the superintendent to come together to make any informed decision as we're going to move forward and what statement we as a system are going to put out. So it's reviewed and verified, obviously, by communications before it's sent out. And then the superintendent's message is sent out. And then it kind of varies from there depending on what the crisis determines. So for example, this could be a system-wide event. This could be something specific for a school. So there's a variety of ways that we can go once we go down through this checklist. But we wanted to make sure that all members knew where they fell on that checklist in order for us to be successful in getting information out to schools and to administrators.
And then part of this process is the committee discussed how we would provide resources to the public, to our stakeholders, and agreed that we would use the school system website. The page will be posted under the quick links area of the main school system website, and it features information about the school system's commitment to educational equity and diversity. And here's just a small screenshot of what this page looks like. At the bottom of the page are drop-down menus, each of which highlight committees and programs in place that support equity and diversity. And then on your right-hand side, you have graphics that link to specific resources. The committee members made recommendations for resources. I'm going to advance it here. So if you were to go to the page we were just on and click on staff resources, you would be pushed to this section of the website where resources are broken down into targeted audiences and age ranges. Resources also include articles. You see different icons that show the page visitor what's an article, what's a video, what's maybe an audio file. The resource suggestions were also provided by committee members and vetted by committee members. So anytime the committee proposes the school system and leadership address an event, this web page with these resources will be shared as part of that messaging to our community. And of course, the website and these resources would be updated as needed.
So then what's next? What do we do next? So we have some steps that we want to take in order to make sure that our administrators are trained. And if you take all of these things that you heard today and we start bringing all these things together, that is going to prepare us to make better decisions and get out better information as these crises arise. So the first thing is we want to make sure, that we conduct administrator training this summer. We want to make sure that all our administrators are all on the same page as we continue to move forward. So the training will actually be developed and presented this summer at the Leadership Academy. We want to gather input from administrators as well, because if you look at part 2 and part 3, part 3 talks about giving principals and administrators a voice. So this isn't just something that's always coming down from the system. This is a collective, collaborative effort between the committee and all of our administrators to make sure that we're getting out a unified message as we continue to move forward. And then obviously, anytime you have training, you want to make sure that it's ongoing, because we're going to have new administrators. We're just hiring new administrators, obviously moving in July, so they will get trained, but next year will be the same thing. How do we make sure that we continuously improve upon this process, because we want to make sure that we're collaborative and holistic as we look at these situations, because we know they're going to continue to occur in our society.
Thank you all for your time today and allowing our committee an opportunity to share with you the important and valuable work that we're doing. At this time, some of our committee members would like to present you with a few items that we branded to help promote the mission of One CCPS. This is a translation of Diverse, Inclusive, United.
Oh, thank you very much.
While they're passing out these items, do you all have any questions for our committee?
Any questions, comments?
Thank you so much.
So the items that you all are receiving include some branded items that have some of the logo work. This is one of the examples of a logo design that our committee worked on together. And then if I forward back through the PowerPoint, this logo here is art that the communications staff worked together to put these ideas together after the committee talked and decided what elements we would like to use, as well as, I'm going to flip back to the website, this banner that's at the top. It's all that global messaging, but really enforcing that we're a diverse system, we're an inclusive system, and we're a united system. So your items have images that the committee worked on and developed, and the communications team supported this effort with some of the logo designs and the website work as well.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Wow, impressive. I mean, what amazing effort and collaboration, and it's clear that you guys have put tremendous thought and very considerate of the entire school system and making everyone feel inclusive. So the logo looks amazing. It's amazing. So thank you so much for your hard work. It's infectious. And I mean that in a good way. Any other questions or comments? And thank you for the gifts. That's very thoughtful.
Great.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you
very, very much, all of you.
Well done. So, Dr. Hill, my understanding, Ms. Acton is coming up next, and please do so. But I just wanted to say this segment about diversity and equity and inclusion, how amazing it is, your last board meeting, it's clear that you've had courageous conversations, and you've demonstrated your commitment for inclusion and equity, and what a project. I'm looking forward to following up and following through. It's going to be part of your legacy, but just want to take a moment. That was very powerful, what has transpired since 1 o'clock this afternoon, and your staff has just done a great job. And we most definitely need to share this with the public so that they can see the commitment and the plan and the strategy, and that the school system is committed in promoting, encouraging, and in inclusion and dealing with equity so thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson, and that was one of the reasons behind the items that you were provided, is that the messaging is so important. And so we just got a couple of those items, and we'll wait till your new leadership comes in to see which of those he or she wants to really run with, and then Ms. Prescott and the rest of the team are poised to get lots of stuff so that we can show our community that we are committed to diversity and inclusion, and we are a united school system.
Thank you. Mrs. Acton.
Good afternoon. On board docs, you should have all of the items that we're going to present today. We will be presenting the final fiscal year 2022 operating budget and the tuition rates and the daily and hourly wage rates. And joining me up here is Sherry Fisher-Davis, our budget manager, and Carol Kohler, our accounting manager. So to begin with, on the fiscal year 2022 budget, I'll start with the changes that we've made to this final budget from the original budget. It represents a decrease of $5.5 million from the original budget, and the total county request represents a decrease of $5.7 million, while the total state funding is estimated to increase by $56,000, along with the additional $143,000 from fund balance. Our expenditure decreases from the original budget include $380,000 from the MABE liability and workers' compensation premium, and total collective bargaining assumptions decreased by $1.6 million. We removed the school counselors and psychologists, which represent 12 FTEs, and $1.3 million, along with $80,000 for the staff mental health professional development. We have additional spending of $247,000, which is a one-time, non-recurring item from the county, which will fund a fiber project at North Point. And lastly, we have budgeted full-time wages at 99%, which creates additional funding of $2.3 million. So we are presenting the final fiscal year 2022 operating budget for a vote later today. The operating budget totals $408 million and represents an increase of $6.9 million or 1.7% over our fiscal year 2021 base operating budget. The governor's budget provides CCPS a total increase of $1.7 million, and the county commissioner's budget increased funding by a total of $4.9 million. The operating budget also assumes the use of $3.2 million in fund balance, which was the same amount that was in our fiscal year 2021 budget, and an additional $143,000, totaling $3.3 million. Our expenditure increases encompass salary enhancements of 1 level and 1% cost of living adjustment, and state mandated teachers' pension contributions, the nurses' contract, and mandatory school bus replacements. We have one-time non-recurring funds from the county, which are included to support the North Point Complex fiber redesign. We also have additional state Kerwin funding for pre-K supplemental expansion, which allows for the addition of 6 new FTEs, 3 teachers and 3 instructional assistants. And we also have hold harmless funding for special education, disabled transportation. The full-time wages are budgeted at 99% of actual cost, and we have also reallocated $1 million from fixed charges to assist in funding the salary increases. Even though we had a decrease in student enrollment for fiscal year 2021, enrollment projections for fiscal year 2022 include an increase of 809.8 FTEs, which brings the enrollment figures back to fiscal year 2021 projections. It does not require additional teachers, since that was in our fiscal year 2021 budget. Food and nutrition service programs, breakfast and lunch prices will comply with the Maryland Cares for Kids Act. There will be no meal price changes for breakfast and lunch. There's a risk that the food and nutrition services program will run a deficit of approximately $1.6 million as a result of the potential expansion of the virtual academy for students in grades 9 through 12, and also the United States Department of Agriculture's nationwide waiver to extend free meals through June 30th of 2022. Are there any questions about the budget or the budget changes that we've made?
Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
I have a question in regards to, I understand it, but for the sake of we're having this discussion before the public, explain, if you will, if you haven't already, I didn't hear it, that's why I'm asking, sorry, as it relates to the removing of the counselors and the mental health staff professionals, and how is that going to impact our school next year?
Yes, we had included that in our original budget to address the mental health needs that we anticipate happening in the upcoming school year, but we did not receive funding for that from the county, so we had to remove it from this budget.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we say that out loud so the public can hear and understand.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Lucas.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Wilson. Again, more of a comment than a question, but this is, I'm looking at the PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if we were able to put that up or not on the screen.
No, I don't.
But okay, so it's on board docs, but slide 6, and this kind of tags on to what Ms. Battle Lockhart said. We have our legislative breakfast every year. I kind of jokingly say that for once, I'd like to just be average. And when you look at our cost per pupil, we're about $500 less than the state average. And you say, well, what's $500? Well, at 26,000 students, it's $13 million. So that's a nice chunk of change. So if we were just receiving a per pupil cost that was in line with the state average, our annual operating budget would be $13 million more. And I think it's important to understand that when you are trying to feed a growing system, and not just growing in terms of numbers, because you stated the student population, but all the supporting services that we talk about, And by the way, when you're talking about numbers, we're now the 9th largest school system in the state. So people just can't think, oh, it's little old Charles County. Okay, there's 24 school systems. We're the 9th largest. And as the population of the county continues to grow, there's challenges that you'll be facing. We have a farms rate that's creeping up on 40%. That's free and reduced lunch in the system, and we're about 38%, I think, plus or minus 1%. Our English language learning population continues to rise. We're 10% students with disabilities. So all those things take resources to address. And so we submit budgets, and people, and I'll use the word criticize us for not submitting budgets that are in their terms realistic. Well, we think they're completely realistic in serving the needs of our student population. So I just wanted to say that publicly because, and to Dr. Hill's credit, she's done that every year, but we just cannot convince people that when you want to serve the needs of the people of the county, you have to be willing to commit the resources. So I thank you for the presentation. It's laid out very well. It's easy to follow, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just like to follow up essentially what my two colleagues said. Thank you for the presentation, by the way. It's a shame in the type of last year and a half we've had that we can't fund 12 full-time school counselors. I think they're needed now more than ever. I did, during graduations, have a chance to talk with our Commissioner President Collins about having an open discussion on the budget. And I think that's something we need to find a way to do on our end to prevent this from happening year after year. What program are we not going to be able to fund? Madam Chair, you and I talk about it all the time. We can't even focus on the things we need to be extremely successful because every year we're getting just enough to barely get by. As Mr. Lucas always says, he would like to just be average. Every year it's a fight, and then after the fight, we still got to give on our end to make ends meet. And we have to find a way, some kind of way, to work with those that give us the money for our budget, to really explain to them, this is what we need, and this is what happens when we don't get what we need. And it's not to pick on them, because I don't think they really understand the ramifications, and they have a revenue source that they've got to get that money from. But we all need to work together to build a budget that's really going to support everyone in our system. And it is disappointing to see that in front of us right now. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Anyone else?
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Fisher-Davis will talk about the tuition rates for fiscal year 2022.
Good afternoon. So today I'm going to briefly go over the proposed tuition rates for 22. The rates are established for students living outside of Charles County and outside of the state. The out-of-state rate is based on the foundation per pupil amount received from MSDE. The in-state rate is based on the operating budget less special programs. The proposed out-of-state rate for FY22 is $13,450, while the in-state rate is projected to be $8,980, which reflects a 1.4 increase over last year. Students that require special support services under IDEA or Section 504, the direct cost of those services will be assessed in addition to the aforementioned rates. We are asking that the board approve the proposed rates prior to the start of the new school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Ms. Coleman will talk about the daily and hourly rates for fiscal year 22.
Good afternoon. We are presenting for your approval the FY22 daily and hourly rates. The requested changes to hourly rates reflect the increase in minimum wage from $11.75 to $12.50 per hour. In addition, we have proposed adjustments to substitute teacher rates, hourly teacher rates, instructional assistant hourly rates, as well as the food service staff. These adjustments will not have an impact on the operating budget and will be offset by lapsed salary savings. We respectfully request the board approves the FY22 daily and hourly rates. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Acton, to you and your staff for doing such a great job on the budget and making the adjustments and coming up with alternatives, and it's greatly appreciated. So at this time, we're going to go on break. Let's go on break until 3:40. I'd like to welcome everybody back, and next on our agenda is Mr. Heim.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm joined by Steve Andrews, who's our Director of Planning and Construction. First, I'd just like to thank the board for acknowledging all the hard work that went behind the scenes with the graduations. I tirelessly talk about folks in operations, building service workers, and maintenance staff who quietly work behind the scenes to keep the school system going. And last week with the graduations, they weren't really working behind the scenes. They had an audience, which they typically don't have. So, and a very important audience, an audience of board members and commissioners and state delegates and state senators, along with, the folks, the community of Charles County. So again, just appreciate you taking the time to acknowledge the work that they do on a daily basis to keep the school system going, which kind of leads into the summertime, and I've said this before. People say, well, what do you do during the summertime? Well, summer is a busy time, as we all know, for maintenance and operations. So, we're here today to talk about the project status update. So, we have a $48 million renovation going on at Benjamin Stoddard Middle School. We're finishing up the $22 million renovation at Eva Turner, and we're doing a couple big moves. So, people get nervous when you're going to move from a house to a house. Well, we're going to be moving Eva Turner back from the transition school back to their, again, newly renovated $22 million facility. And then, just because we want to make sure that we stay busy, we're going to be moving the staff and all their resources from Brown to the transition school as we do that 1-year open space enclosure and do some renovation of the kitchen at Brown. So the summer, it will be a very busy time for the folks in planning, construction, operations, maintenance, and transportation, because transportation is working on the bus routes as we prepare to welcome back 27,000 students in August. One last thing I want to touch on with the project status update. We do listen to the board members, and Mr. Andrews and I were sitting here along with the architect a couple years ago when we started talking about the Benjamin Stoddard project, and a former board member, Mark Crawford, said, why are you getting rid of such a large part of of Stoddard during this renovation? And it got us thinking. And then soon after that meeting, Dr. Hill comes running over to me and she goes, yeah, what he said, why are you getting rid of such a large part of that building? So that started to get the wheels turning and us thinking. So fortunately, through some savings with energy and through some transportation savings, we're going to be keeping, which we call Wing E in Stoddard. So in thinking ahead, as we know, it was mentioned, I think just a few minutes ago by Mr. Lucas, that we're going to be seeing an increase in our student population over the next several years. We are fortunate to have secured $2.8 million in surplus, fund balance of money, and we're going to be keeping an additional part of that building, which for the short term is going to be used as an assembly area. But looking towards the long term, as we know that we will see growth in that area along, St. Charles Parkway, that'll give us the ability eventually to take that assembly space and probably convert it to 7 or 8 classrooms. So we can be preparing for the future. We've sat here and we've talked, what should be coming first, the next middle school or elementary school, and we know that we're in the middle of a middle school redistricting. So again, listening to what people had to say, it's not just always, it's our way or the highway. We've listened to what people have expressed their concerns, and we are looking towards the future, and we will be saving some additional space at Stoddard that most likely is going to be used as classroom space in the future. And the last thing I'd like to end on a positive note before I turn it over to Mr. Andrews to talk about the Educational Master Facilities Plan. is that we received news last week from the IAC, the Interagency Commission on School Construction. And we sat here a few months ago and we were projecting, based upon what they had told us in November in terms of projections, that we were going to get around 9.8, which we've talked about falls within that 10-year average that we've seen in Charles County Public Schools. On a positive note, we have been awarded for FY22 CIP $14,625,000. So that's almost $5 million more than we were expecting in November. So hopefully that's a positive trend that will continue, because we know that we will be bringing many more projects to the state here in the next 10 years. And Mr. Andrews, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, just adding on to that, the additional funding came from an increase at the state level in the total amount of money available for the CIP. And what that allowed them to do was fully fund the Dr. Brown project and to put a significant portion towards what was due for Eva Turner. It doesn't finish funding their commitment, but it gets it a lot closer. So it didn't change or add a new it didn't add any new projects, but it did make a significant push towards getting to all the way funded for the projects that we're working on now. So that was a pretty significant push, and we're very pleased about that. Additionally, just to also kind of keep you guys up to date, we've been talking with the state about Built to Learn and the funding that may be available there and the projects that may be available. We continue to discuss with them. They're looking at funding based on a enrollment, percentage of enrollment as it relates to the entire state's enrollment. And so they've given us some preliminary information that we could be looking at as much as $25 million coming from that over a 10-year period. Wow. And they're looking at projects that could be eligible for that. One that's in the forefront that we're talking with them about is the McDonough project. So we have hopefully more good information to present to you in the near future, but there are things going right now. So.
And so when you say McDonough project, you're talking about the arts, no?
Yes.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
So I guess with that general update, additional information if there are any questions on project status.
Any questions, comments?
Okay, great, thank you. The second item we had is the Educational Facilities Master Plan, which is our report item for you. A couple things I do want to highlight. When we presented this in May, we did not have the final information on the enrollment projections because they were not finalized yet. Those have been finalized, and those are actually included in the information you have in your packet and what's on board docs. So that is definitely new information that's in here. We've shown you the step charts in here, which you haven't seen yet. Those usually come in the action item package. And the full descriptions of the projects, which start on page 22 of the packet. And those timelines have been adjusted based on the projects that were approved this fiscal year by the state. So some of these other projects have slid back from last year's package because they were not funded. So those are the big highlights of what's different in here from what you saw in May. And obviously this is an item that's on for approval later at 6 o'clock. So are there any questions on this?
As always, a great job on that document. That really showcased all the hard work and effort and anything you want to know about Charles County Public Schools. I mean, that document really does put on display the enormous effort you guys go into managing and maintaining and seeking improvements and renovations. So job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all.
I believe Mrs. Mackey.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Today I'm here to talk with you again about the 2022-2023 school calendar. It was a report item last month. It's on the agenda for action this evening at 6 o'clock. The calendar follows our current school year model, and the model for next year, it has 180 student days, 190 teacher days. There's some negotiated teacher planning, grade prep, report card time built into that calendar, as well as a spring break, a winter break, and a few other school closures. Do you all have any questions about the calendar? No?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Unfinished business. Any unfinished business? Any new business? Mr. Schwartz. Good.
Ever since April of 2020, I've been coming to you each month with requests for waiving board policies under the pandemic circumstances. I'm doing that as well today. This is the last meeting before the end of the school year. We hope that August and September of this year brings better news and we won't have to continue to suspend most of these board policies. But the board policies that are continuing suspension or on board docs, if there are any questions, I'm certainly available to answer them. We expect that the only policy that will be definitively continuing to suspend in the fall is the eligibility policy for the fall. Other than that, most of these policies may be unsuspended as of the end of the school year.
Questions, comments? Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
Just for clarity, so we're only suspending because we still haven't met the June 16th yet, right? This is just to carry us to June 16th?
The policies will be continuing to be suspended until the next time the board meets, which technically is August.
Okay.
But the reason why we need to continue to suspend them is, of course, we're still in school.
Exactly. Okay. Just want to make sure.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Next, any future agenda items? Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I'm not quite sure if this is an agenda item, but I wanted to bring it up. You know, we had our graduation. Our graduation was in a sports facility. And, you know, years ago, we used to have a lot of, I'll just say, competitions in our schools by various groups, all under the AAU umbrella. And most people think of AAU as just basketball, but it's a lot more than that. It's I remember going to a lot of Taekwondo tournaments and as well, and there's track and volleyball and a host of other things. Now our schools get used a lot by people in the school system, but I guess I just wanted to put this out there that if we could somehow have a coordinated effort to try to bring some of those activities, which are typically on the weekend, into our schools. People come from all over, not just the area, but the East Coast to compete in these things, and it's a good revenue source for the county, and it's an opportunity for people to see some good athletic activities. So, if that's something that we can examine, and again, space is always at a premium. There's always a group that wants to use the school system for something on the weekend. But if that's something we could possibly accommodate, I think it's something we can look into. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Another future agenda item that I would ask my fellow colleagues to consider, based on the conversation or briefing presentation involving recruitment of African American teachers. I would respectfully ask that even though there's some time before this occurs, we often will come together to talk about legislation, proposed legislation. And as I look at Mrs. Majors, one of the major challenges in recruitment is the pipeline. And I think that though I'm not ready to frame the proposal as a legislative consideration for the next session, to take a look at the pipeline issue. As a graduate of a HBCU, and there are 4 HBCUs in the state of Maryland, the numbers are absolutely alarming with the number of minorities going into the field of education. And perhaps one of the things that we could have a serious conversation and a commitment to maybe consider legislation that would offer incentives for more minorities going into the field of education. And so often you guys have heard this story once before that I went on, Dr. Hill graciously allowed me to go on to a recruiting trip to the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, one of 4 HBCUs, and they only had eight minorities graduating with a degree in education. And having been on a recruiting trip, we are climbing, recruiters are climbing over each other, competing for minorities. And so it would, I respectfully ask the will of the board if we could table that as a possible legislative suggestion for our representatives. Mr. Lucas.
Just so I'm clear, this is something specific to Charles County.
Correct.
Perfect. Thanks.
Any other future agenda items? Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
I think it officially became one today, but the Equity Task Force Committee requested that they could follow under our agendas on a quarterly basis, just so we can make sure that that follow through is there. So
The 5-year plan. Yeah, I wrote that down. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Well, we can take a break. What I will recommend that we go on to break. I'm going to get with you guys very shortly when I will announce when we're going to come back. I need to confer with Mr. Schwartz on something. We should be ready to reconvene at 4:10.
4:10? We don't have no, 4:30. 4:30.
Okay, well, make it 4:15. Make it 4:15.
For our public meeting?
We're going to do the virtual in-person recognition.
4:30.
Right, but we're scheduled to begin all of those recognitions at
4:30.
Well, we'll do it 4:30. Thank you.
Okay, that's what's saying. About half an hour.
Thank you and welcome back, Mr. Schwartz.
We need a motion for the board to meet in executive session as permitted by the Maryland Open Meetings Act, Section 3-305 and 3-103 of the General Provisions Article, to discuss personnel and contractual matters.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Lucas, second by Jennifer Abel. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can take us offline, Carl.
See you at 4:30.
Welcome back, everybody, and at this point, we will begin with our resolution.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the, June is the Inclusion and Diversity Month. This is the Inclusion and Diversity Resolution. Whereas the students and staff at Charles County Public Schools have unique, rich cultural histories, backgrounds, and personal experiences deserving of respect, and whereas CCPS students and staff members have a right and deserve to feel accepted and safe while at school and beyond, and whereas the Board of Education recognizes the champions of inclusion and diversity who have made extraordinary sacrifices in the fight for civil and human rights, and whereas the Board of Education reaffirms its commitment to shared values of respect, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and whereas the CCPS student population is diverse, exposing our students to perspectives from different backgrounds, which enhances learning, problem solving, and helps them function better in a multicultural global society. And whereas the Board of Education supports diversity among its staff and encourages the school system to be proactive in the recruiting and hiring of highly qualified teachers who can share diverse cultural experiences and serve as role models for students. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes that there is a need to create a continuum of diversity and inclusion in schools. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County declares the month of June as Inclusion and Diversity Month in Charles County Public Schools, and that we continue to respect and value all cultures and lifestyles, and be it further resolved that CCPS acknowledges the fact that we are born with basic inalienable human rights, and the school system does not discriminate on basis of race, color, religion, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, age or disability in its programs, activities, or employment practices, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the June 8, 2021 board meeting. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 8th day of June, 2021, signed by Chairperson Latina Wilson and Kimberly A. Hill, Superintendent.
And accepting is Mrs. Kimberly Hairston. And you have any? Yeah. You got anybody to take photograph? No?
Yeah. We'll just show it.
Under our mask.
Y'all could sing a duet while you're waiting.
I hear you're a pretty good singer, Mr. Hancock.
Or you're just getting on. I thought you were coming to visit.
You can see it in your eyes. Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon, Board Chairperson Wilson, Board Vice Chair McGraw, board members, Dr. Hill, staff, family, and friends. We are here this afternoon to recognize the outstanding contributions and accomplishments of several of our staff members for the 2020-2021 school year. These individuals are being recognized as the following: Outstanding Vice Principal of the Year, Washington Post Teacher of the Year finalist, Maryland Teacher of the Year finalist for Charles County, 3 Charles County Arts Alliance Teachers of the Year, and 7 Outstanding Support Staff of the Year. Award recipients will receive a $1,000 cash prize for being selected, as well as either a plaque, certificate, or other acknowledgement of their outstanding service to Charles County Public Schools. For the sake of having time for our honorees' thank you remarks after being individually introduced, immediately following my comments, each supervisor will report to the microphone without delay, introduce themselves, and announce their respective award recipient. We will begin with Ms. Roberts, the principal from Westlake High School. Ms. Roberts.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dave Ramsey once said, "True leadership is servanthood. Put the interests of others at the center of your decisions." This quote represents the heart of a school leader. It is my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Erin Kaple, who embodies this philosophy in words and actions as the Charles County Public Schools Vice Principal of the Year. Mrs. Kaple observes school operations and takes initiatives to solve problems. She does not wait to be appointed a duty. While serving as vice principal over instruction, guidance department chair, and most important to me, the designee when I'm out of the building, I trust her to make the best decisions for our school community and model professionalism with empathy and care. These are weighty assignments that require not only positive relationships with our school stakeholders, but also much diplomacy. One of her superpowers is the interjection of humor into tense situations. While I'm in the middle of a slow blink, she can usually be seen laughing behind her mask or teasing others on the administrative team with her favorite phrase, "That's why I'm the favorite." The levity she adds encourages a family atmosphere and sibling rivalry. Mrs. Kaple has established a reputation with our school community as someone who can be trusted to handle school business while having the best interests of our students and staff as her priority. She communicates frequently and with care to students, staff, and families as she ensures high instructional standards are being met. When a new staff member joins our team, Mrs. Kaple welcomes them with a Westlake High School goodie bag and partners with them until they are comfortable with our school policies and procedures. She frequently monitors classes and handles technology issues and meetings with students to make sure expectations are being met. In addition to her multiple responsibilities within our building, she is the face of Westlake for Program of Studies meetings, credit and grade recovery programs, and county-mandated instructional initiatives. As you can see, Mrs. Kaple wears many hats for our school community, and she carries herself with grace as she does so. It is my pleasure to stand before you and give honor where honor is due. Congratulations, Ms. Kaple, Charles County Public Schools Vice Principal of the Year.
Thank you. In recent interviews, the interviewees have turned the tables and asked what best I like about Westlake or Charles County Public Schools. And it doesn't take long for me to answer because simply it's our community. I have been embraced by this community from my first interview 15 years ago. I have been supported and learned from outstanding school leaders, colleagues, parents, and students. I've had the pleasure of working for and alongside the best in the game. Sorry, I didn't think about using my phone. So as I said, the community is really what drives me. It's what I work for. It's what I'm so thankful to be a part of. I've had the pleasure of working for and alongside the best in the game. I've learned that relationships are truly what matter. Mutual respect is a must, and to always be flexible, because often kids have a different plan than what your calendar says. So to the community that has embraced me and supported me, thank you. Dr. Short, Ms. Benson, Mr. Martin, Ms. Roberts, my peers, thank you for sharing your leadership. To my husband and boys, thank you for your understanding and constant support. Thank you. I really am very appreciative.
So you want Ms. Brown, could you take a picture with?
We're going up one at a time.
Well, not each of us, but one of us.
Yeah. With each one that comes up. I'd like to go up with Alexis.
Thank you.
Eaton.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Which one?
Alexis, Eaton.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Conley. I'm the principal at St. Charles High School. The arts are alive and well at St. Charles High School. This is due in no small part to the innovation, dedication, and leadership of Mr. Brian Kuhn, who, as choir teacher and department chair of the Performing Arts Department, has inspired students, modeled quality instruction for peers, and built a well-respected and well-connected program that partners with local, national, and international professional groups to provide learning experiences and performance opportunities for our students. Since St. Charles High School opened in the fall of 2014, Mr. Kuhn has been an integral part of creating the thriving arts program at our school. When we first opened, Mr. Kuhn told me that he wanted to create a show choir program. To build a program like that from scratch requires leadership, commitment, and a way with students. As he worked during those early days to build interest, he voluntarily started an extracurricular a cappella choir, which has now become our show choir, a course that students can take for credit. His efforts were successful because, unlike teachers who lead only by talking and giving information to students, he leads by listening to them and using their interests, ideas, and talents to help shape the choir program. In doing so, he creates buy-in and instills in them a desire to learn that has helped his program grow so much that our students regularly perform in regional competitions and have had opportunities to learn from and work with major artists in the a cappella field. Aside from his direct work with his choir classes, Mr. Kuhn serves as a leader in the performing arts department and has helped new colleagues acclimate to the profession and the school, provide quality instruction, and grow their programs. He can be seen at any performing arts event helping in some capacity, be it selling baked goods, serving as a voice coach for the musical, filming, or as a member of the audience there to support colleagues and students alike. He truly recognizes the value that an arts-inclusive education provides to students and is a fierce advocate for any chance to expose his students or our programs to opportunities that will expand their horizons and offer new experiences. One of the many roles of a principal is to hire members who will light a spark in students that will hopefully grow into a fire for learning. As the principal at St. Charles, one of my best decisions was to hire Mr. Brian Kuhn to work with our students and their families. He has truly inspired students and their successes, built a foundation for those successes to continue into the foreseeable future, and is most deserving of recognition for his efforts and accomplishments as a teacher, colleague, and leader. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude for this recognition. An award like this makes me think back on my time as an educator, my time in Charles County, and my time at St. Charles High School. I have been so fortunate to work with some remarkable educators, too many to name. I cannot begin to imagine how much I have learned from my colleagues over the years. I've also had some unbelievable administrative teams, and I am thankful for that support every day. What really strikes me when I look back is the talent and dedication of my students throughout my career. I am inspired regularly by my students and would not be half the educator I am without their love for music and commitment to do amazing things. So again, thank you for this incredible honor.
Could you join him on stage? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Beckwith, the proud principal of Dr. James Craik Elementary School, and it is my honor to introduce to you Mrs. Alexis Eaton, Maryland Teacher of the Year finalist. Mrs. Eaton is a problem solver, an innovator, a dynamic member of our Craik family. Her enthusiasm, love, and passion for teaching is evident with everything she does at Dr. James Craik Elementary School. I've had the pleasure of working with Mrs. Eaton for 5 years. During my tenure, Mrs. Eaton has been an activist for all stakeholders. She advocates for her children and for colleagues by providing a voice to the students and her co-workers of Charles County Public Schools. Mrs. Eaton also holds several leadership positions, such as being the 4th grade team leader, EACC representative, and the 4th grade math team coach. She also supports ongoing learning through her efforts to lead professional development opportunities and assisting with the development of countywide social studies curriculum. A passionate and committed educator, Mrs. Eaton sets high expectations for her students. Her classroom culture provides a strong balance of individualized plans with student ownership of accountability both behaviorally and academically, along with a safe and nurturing climate where everyone experiences an opportunity for growth. Mrs. Eaton uses a variety of data to ensure her students are growing. When considering student goals, she uses information from both formative and summative assessments while taking into consideration each personal learning style. Through her hard work and effort, her scholars continue to learn and make gains each and every year. Her positive impact is felt throughout the school and the community. We are so grateful Mrs. Eaton calls Dr. James Craik Elementary School home. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Mrs. Alexis Eaton, Maryland Teacher of the Year finalist.
First, I want to say thank you to the Board of Education members, my administration, my fellow educators, and every single person and student at Dr. James Craik, my family, and especially my sons. I would not be where I am today without the contributions of so many willing to embrace my newest idea, help with problem solving, and pretend to be enthralled by my constant need to share the amazing thing that happened at school today. I am still astounded by my selection because I know standing here today could be any one of so many inspiring colleagues that I have had the privilege to work or collaborate with. I am honored and humbled to represent Charles County Schools and will strive to make you all proud. While in a field of education, all in the field of education, recognize that there are a wide variety of obstacles we and our students face daily. This last year has shown me the immense amount of grit, commitment, passion, and adaptability every single person in our school system possesses. I saw that when confronted with, at times, seemingly insurmountable and certainly unforeseen challenges, collectively, we rose up. We rose higher than those hurdles, and we found new ways to reach our students. We did what we always do. We toiled. We persevered, we learned, and we made sure that our kids were learning, growing, and reaching new heights in every sense. As we close the cover on this unprecedented year, I ask that you take the time to revel in and celebrate your successes. Know that because of you, our students were fed physically, emotionally, socially, and academically. Before beginning to worry about what the future holds, live in and appreciate the present. You did it. You climbed our Everest, and you have earned the right to stand on top and scream with pride, or however you want to celebrate. Together, we have proven we can conquer any challenge presented. Moving forward with the commitment, support, and collaboration of every single person in our system, we can connect with each of our students, meet their needs, and help them create and reach their goals. When the new school year comes, let us strive to empower, connect with, motivate, and celebrate not only our students, but also each other. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Blumhart, and I am an instructional specialist for fine and performing arts. It's my pleasure to present 3 fine and performing arts teachers who were selected as the Charles County Arts Alliance Teacher of the Year for elementary, middle, and high school. On top of that honorable distinction, the Arts Alliance has also awarded each winner $1,000 to be used for classroom supplies. We are grateful for the support of the Charles County Arts Alliance this year. which included grant funding for virtual learning software, arts programs, sponsorships, and art boxes for students who are learning at home. The Arts Alliance received 334 total nominations submitted by administrators, parents, students, and staff on behalf of 62 of our outstanding fine and performing arts teachers, which I think is a testament to the difference that our teachers have made this year in the lives of their students. On behalf of the Fine and Performing Arts Department and Mr. Bodemer, I wish to extend our gratitude and pride in these three outstanding educators. First, Ms. Christine Chenault, the Charles County Arts Alliance Elementary Teacher of the Year. Ms. Chenault has taught elementary visual art for 17 years, been at Malcolm Elementary School since 2005. She was recognized in 2017 with the Exemplary Employee Award and has also been honored by the Maryland Art Education Association with the 2020 Career Art Educator Award. She is well respected by her administration, by her students, parents, and colleagues. Ms. Chenault has been a leader in the county for many years, mentoring young teachers, writing curriculum, and teaching creative and engaging lessons that allow her students to access their full creative potential. Thank you, Ms. Chenault. Next, Ms. Zoe Smith, a band director at Mattawoman Middle School, was selected as the Middle School Arts Alliance Teacher of the Year. Mrs. Smith has taught for 6 years, working as a clinician, jazz camp counselor, elementary band director, and middle school band director. Although this was her first year teaching in Charles County, it's clear that she's already made a big difference. The response and sheer number of nominations she received from the Mattawoman community was impressive. Her students have been featured in virtual bands this year, each part recorded at home by students and meticulously edited together over many hours into a virtual band by Mrs. Smith. She regularly inspires her students with her own performances, both in person, over Zoom, and in recordings of her own music. And in April, she actually released her first single on iTunes and Spotify called New Things, a short tribute to all the new things that have happened in life since the pandemic. Nice. Thank you, Mrs. Smith. And finally, Mrs. Jana Whitlock-Kyle is the Arts Alliance Teacher of the Year for high school. Over her career of 31 years, she has put on over 40 musicals, inspiring countless students who have gone on to careers in the arts as performers, technicians, designers, teachers, and informed audience members. Her students have competed every year since 1995 in the International Theater Festival and the Maryland Theater Educators Association Festival. Mrs. Heil was inducted into the 2019 Maryland Theater Educators Hall of Fame, and in September, she will be inducted into the 2021 Educational Theater Association Hall of Fame. Under her leadership, McDonough High School is being honored next year with the Maryland Theater Education's Outstanding School Award. She has served as our lead teacher for theater, and she even organized the first all-county thespian troupe for Charles County Public Schools over 20 years ago. Thank you, Mrs. Heil, for your tireless efforts that have given our students unparalleled opportunities and success. And now, Ms. Heil has a few words on behalf of the winners.
We wanted to thank you all very much for having us here to allow us, well, I'm sorry, I got voted to talk today, but to allow us to thank you for, supporting the arts in Charles County. We also wanted to thank the Charles County Arts Alliance for creating this award. So many times, there's just so many arts teachers who do amazing things in our community, and it's wonderful to be given this award, but we know that there are so many others who could also have had this award. And we just wanted to say thank you for acknowledging it. We wanted to thank Andrew and Tim Bodemer, Andrew Blumhardt and Tim Bodemer, for getting those connections with the Charles County Arts Alliance and continuing to build them and continuing to allow us to grow and find grants and all of these things to allow us to do the things that we love to do. So just thank you so much, and I'm so glad it's going to continue in future years.
Congratulations.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Steve Vance, Supervisor of Maintenance. I'm honored to present the Outstanding Classified Support Staff Award for the Maintenance Department to Mr. Chris Lombardi. Mr. Lombardi began his career with Charles County Public Schools in 2014, and he currently works as a security technician. During the last 7 years, he's been responsible for performing preventive, scheduled, and reactive maintenance on our intrusion, alarm, card access, and camera systems associated with the safety and security of all Charles County Public Schools. Along with Mr. Lombardi's daily job responsibilities, he is also involved with after-hour on-call duties. He is always willing and available to respond to any situation at a moment's notice to keep our facilities operating safely and effectively. Mr. Lombardi's comprehensive knowledge of the systems he supports, his ability to educate staff on how to effectively utilize the systems, and his willingness to assist wherever needed makes him a tremendous asset to Charles County Public Schools. Mr. Lombardi truly deserves this Outstanding Classified Support Staff Award, and I'm honored to work with him and would like to thank him for everything he does. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vance, for those kind words. I remember in the fall of 2013, just 3 months prior to my hiring, my daughter was one of the 20 students who participated in Expedition 3738, where students and astronauts talked in real time during a NASA downlink from the International Space Station. That presentation was a huge success. Dr. Hill, mission accomplished. The commitment, attention to detail, and hard work that made that presentation successful is a template that I try to match here every day within Charles County Public Schools. Maintaining minimal disruptions within the life safety systems in our buildings and schools help ensure that administrators and staff can accomplish their own mission during the entire school year. Thank you again, Mr. Vance, and the entire team for my recognition. Thank you.
Mr. Lucas.
It is my privilege to present Mr. Victor Woodland to the Charles County Board of Education for Support Personnel of the Year Award. I've had the opportunity to work with and supervise Victor for the past 2 years in his role as Building Service Manager at North Point High School. I can state unequivocally that he is an excellent choice for this award. During the time I have worked with Victor, I have developed a great respect for him. Our school was designed to be able to host a large number of events. Victor works to ensure that our building acts as the best possible venues for these events. Given the large size of our building and the multiple events that are held at our campus, the building service manager of our school is tasked to perform a multitude of diverse and unique duties. Victor coordinates activities essential to the successful and safe functioning of our building. These matters include safety, security, and sanitation of our building. In previous years, this has always been the chief focus of a building service manager. However, during a pandemic, this is paramount. This goal was extended during the past year to include assisting the Charles County Health Department to host safe and efficient vaccine clinics. He conducts all aspects of human resources for his staff. He is involved in all decisions regarding hiring new staff and improving the skills of our current staff. No task is too small or too large for him to take on and successfully execute. If the task is important to a member of our school community, it is just as important to him. Victor possesses not only the professional skills necessary to be an exemplary building service manager, but he also has the personal characteristics needed for this role. He is goal-oriented. When I first hired Victor, he told me his goal for our school is the same as mine, to make our school the best school in the state of Maryland. He has worked to achieve that goal since the first day on the job. His eyes constantly look for the next project or improvement to our building and grounds. His pride in our building is contagious among our entire school staff. He models the honesty, loyalty, and disposition that every principal needs in an employee. He displays a commitment to education that is essential in the school system employees. He is constantly learning and teaching his staff new skills. In his short time at our school, multiple members of his staff have been promoted to leadership positions within Charles County Public Schools. I'm honored to work alongside Victor Woodland. I congratulate him for receiving this award. The honor is well deserved.
I won't be very long, but I'd like to thank everybody for nominating me. Thanks, Mr. Kaple. It takes a lot of people to make it happen, so I'd like to thank my staff for being there, helping me get it done. So without them, I couldn't make it happen. So I have a vision, but they make it happen. So a lot of people makes it happen. And I'd like to thank Dr. Hill. It's been great working with you. Wish you well also. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Ms. Stephanie Jackson, who is being recognized this afternoon as an outstanding support staff employee. When I first came to William A. Diggs Elementary School, Ms. Jackson was working as an instructional assistant in our SOAR program. I was amazed to see the relationships that she built with students and equally overjoyed to see how much they loved her. Ms. Jackson's patience, kindness, and knowledge of her students' needs allowed her to support them and help them achieve success. Ms. Jackson has a tremendous amount of energy. She takes on new tasks and always enjoys a challenge. 2 years ago, she transitioned from a SOAR IA to our reading interventionist, a new position at the elementary level. Like everything else, Ms. Jackson poured her heart and soul into this position. After completing training on new reading programs, Ms. Jackson worked with our reading resource teacher to create a schedule that optimized her time with students, sometimes giving up breaks or lunch to meet with groups. She planned engaging lessons, collected data, and retaught skills to ensure that students were progressing. She learned new technology and adapted to working with students in both the virtual and hybrid environments. Ms. Jackson was also a tutor in our extended learning program this year, offering more of her time and making a difference for even more of our students. Ms. Jackson makes a positive impact on everyone that she meets. Her warm smile and big heart reflect her genuine caring personality and are some of the reasons why she is valued by parents, staff, and students alike. She works hard every day collaborating with teachers and taking the initiative to help whenever and wherever she is needed. Outside of the classroom, Ms. Jackson volunteers to participate in all school events and activities. This year, she assisted in many of our materials pickups, where parents would often request to see her just to say hello. Ms. Jackson can brighten anyone's day, and some of her second graders told me that they love reading with Ms. Jackson. She is funny and makes us laugh, but best of all, she makes us feel confident when we read. Ms. Jackson is a devoted staff member of Diggs Elementary. a true hero for our school and community, and most deserving of this recognition. I am proud to present to you Ms. Stephanie Jackson.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Calvert, for your kind words and the recognition. I wanted to also thank all board members to allow this recognition to happen as well. Sometimes you don't really feel that you're making a difference on the daily, so to have something like this, it really expresses that. I want to thank Jane Pilkerton. She's been the best mentor for my role as the reading interventionist. Thanks, Jane. Also, my family at Diggs is the best. I want to thank you all for the support and allowing me to have all of my crazy schedule changes in D&L. You guys rock. But most importantly, I really want to thank all of my students because they are why I do what I do, and they make it worthwhile. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Laura Bennett. I'm the Executive Director of IT Strategy. It is with great honor that I introduce to you Juan Gilmer. I remember the first time I met Juan while interviewing him for an opening as a computer analyst in 2017. He has an air of authority about him while allowing you to see his kind heart. I instantly sensed that service to his community was important to him. Of course, this was obvious by looking at his resume, with his experience serving as a Marine, as well as his experience working in technology for a hospital. And it comes through when you talk to him, but more so in his actions. Juan currently works at Mattawoman and Barry, although he has also worked at Jennifer until last year. Juan has shown through his actions his service to our school system, whether it be supporting staff, students, or parents. He is always calm, supportive, and he has a great sense of humor. Although the past year has been extremely stressful, his schools have described him as always being supportive and doing whatever it takes to help others without complaint. He is also willing to help other computer analysts and help train new hires and endeavors to raise the spirits of his coworkers in difficult situations. He is a role model for all around him in his dedication to community. Outside of our school system, he volunteers in helping the homeless, time with his church, and supporting veterans. His dedication and commitment to our system is why it is my pleasure to see him honored with the award of Technology Support Employee for Charles County Public Schools.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me begin by thanking the Lord we're here today to see another day through this unprecedented time in our generation. I am humbled to be included as one of the honorees on today, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I would like to take this time to say thank you to everyone in his or her respectful places, for we have improvised, adapted, and overcome to continue the business of education in a non-traditional way through this pandemic. Thank you to the board and the leadership for making the decisions that enabled us to keep the machine rolling, operational, and all involved in the board. Thank you to the principals and administrative staff as we all pulled together as one, counselors, VPs, administrative staff, PPWs, and teachers communicating and working together to ensure the needs are met. Thank you to the building service workers opening the buildings and ensuring sanitation for a safe workplace. Building maintenance for making sure things are in tip-top shape. The warehouse for delivering the many computers and surge protectors and monitors and cameras, et cetera, and et cetera. so that we can keep up with technology. The food nutrition department, standing in the cold, the rain, the heat for meal distributions. To my fellow comrades in arms, the technology department. We touched a lot of computers, and have interacted with many a person, staff, students, and many a parent. Finally, in closing, special thanks to those who work with me and allow me to move the way that I move. In the tech department, Charmaine Thompson, Laura Bennett, Jill Warren, the principals of the school that I support, Principal Blue, Principal D'Ambrosio, the motivators that they are. Again, hoorah. Finally, the Marines have landed, and the situation is well at hand. Be blessed, stay motivated. Let's keep pushing. Thank you for your time.
Did you go yet?
Thank you for your service.
Hardworking, discreet, dedicated, respectful, professional, and oh so kind. These are just a few of the multitude of attributes shared in testimonials and letters of support for Ms. Marlena Spur's nomination for the Outstanding Support Secretary Award. Ms. Spur, above all else, is a genuinely caring and compassionate person. She is a trusted, valued, and beloved member of the Charger family. Ms. Spur began her career at Henry E. Lackey High School in 2004 as a volunteer, performing all the duties of the main office secretary for 5 months before officially joining the Lackey family in that position in February of 2005. She was promoted to principal secretary in 2008 and has spent the past 12 years in that role, serving as one staff member shared the glue that keeps the building together. I am the fortunate one to work alongside Ms. Spur as she brings a positive, pervasive energy to our building and community. Always professional in her demeanor, she is the calming presence in all aspects of school life when situations can become difficult. She can be counted on to show patience, empathy, and respect in all of her interactions with others. Her ability to be so positive is the attribute we all marvel at. In her eyes, the glass is always half full. Her job requires the highest level of maintaining confidentiality, and during my 6 years in working with Ms. Spur, she has demonstrated trustworthiness and loyalty to the highest degree. Ms. Spur lives in our community, and the pride she takes in being part of the Western Side is evident in who she is and how she does her job. She is a true Lackey Charger. In her words, she loves her job, loves her coworkers and her community, and simply cannot imagine not being part of the Lackey family. And we cannot imagine that either. I know my predecessor, the late Dr. James Short, is echoing my same sentiments. Her optimism is contagious, and her attention to detail and strong work ethic are the core of her blue and silver fabric. Thank you, Ms. Spur, for always being Lackey proud and Lackey great, always focusing on growth, relationships, excellence, accountability, and teamwork. I present Ms. Marlena Spur.
Good afternoon. I am truly honored to be here this afternoon and so grateful to be the recipient of the Outstanding Support Staff Award for Secretary. Thank you, members of the board and Dr. Hill. Thank you so much, Ms. Perello, for selecting and nominating me. Thank you to all the members of the nomination committee who worked on the portfolio. Thank you to everyone who wrote such kind letters, and to my Lackey family for the certificate of all the written sentiments. It means so much to me, and I will cherish everything in this portfolio. I would like to thank my husband and children, my family and friends for their love and support. I'm so blessed to have such supportive and special people in my life. It is a great pleasure to have served in my role as the main office secretary and now as the principal secretary at Henry E. Lackey High School. I really enjoy my job and working with and being part of the Lackey family and the Lackey community. One of the special things about working at Lackey is that we are truly a family. In closing, I'd like to recite the inspiring quote that is in my office. Ability is what you're capable of doing. Motivation determines what you do. Attitude determines how well you do it. Again, I graciously thank you.
Mr. Bell?
Good afternoon. Maybe you don't know Vicki Langley by name, but you most likely know her by face. That is because she has been recognized by the No Kid Hungry Foundation, along with Charles County Schools Food Services, and she has been in several video spots this year produced by our school systems communications department. She's a star. Yes, it's that lady who dresses up in different characters and has different themes at her food service tent almost weekly. She gets her staff involved, and when everyone was online, the students were excited to come and get lunch, but also to see how Miss Vicki and everyone would be dressed. She had contests for the students as well. Imagine a bright light in a child's day in a dark time. Miss Vicki was just that. Miss Vicki also did many contests and incentives to eat healthy in earlier school years. She would have contests and students would have to ask staff questions about what their favorite cereal is, and etc., other questions. I had so many students ask me what my favorite cereal is. I finally got on the announcements the next morning and said, you know I like those Frosted Flakes. She supports our county farm-to-table program and even invites guest farmers to have some locally grown food with us at lunch, and a nice lunch it was. Since some of the students have returned due to current protocols in place, the once fun and exciting lunchroom is, well, should I say, not quite the same place. However, Miss Vicki is not deterred. Last week, I think that was her dressed as a tiger. And then the other week, one of her staff members was a dinosaur, all to make this as best of times as possible for the children. Finally, if you have ever heard Miss Vicki interviewed in any of those video spots, she will always say the same thing. It's for the kids. Our lives, the J.C. Parks community lives, and most importantly, the students' lives, have been blessed and enriched, having been able to work and be around such a giving and caring person as Miss Vicki Langley. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Board. I just think that it's a blessing to be part of the J.C. Parks family. It's such a caring school. The teachers, the principal, the students, everyone just is very caring. I'd like to thank Crystal Richardson for all her hard work getting us through the pandemic of feeding these children. It's been quite an experience. I have the best team at J.C. Parks. They put up with me and do anything asked of them. They'll dress up as Donald Duck. They'll just do anything for the kids, and it's all for the kids. So we'd just like to thank you so much. Thank you for the honor of this award. Thank you. Congratulations.
Isn't that
add a song?
Good afternoon. I'm proud to introduce Kyle Graves as the Central Office Outstanding Staff Member of the Year. As the school system's lone videographer, Mr. Graves has for the last 13 years documented the history of Charles County Public Schools, as well as the accomplishments of thousands of students, staff members, and events. Kyle's work is always excellent, but his work during the COVID-19 shutdown further highlighted his dedication and skill. He provided recognition in a virtual world through innovation, creativity, and a willingness to work even longer hours than usual. Mr. Gray's work schedule was full before the pandemic, but he stepped up to do even more as CCPS navigated the limitations of COVID-19. For example, instead of going home when COVID-19 closed our schools and buildings, he came to work each day to provide visuals of CCPS's efforts to serve students. When it became clear there would be no in-person graduations in 2020, Mr. Graves created virtual graduations with an in-person component. When It's Academic looked like it might be canceled, he worked with the instruction staff to create live virtual event. When in-person recognition at board meetings was not an option, and we're here now, Mr. Graves figured out a way to create virtual recognitions. Mr. Graves is a videographer, teacher, and editor. He's quick to respond to video requests and relentless in his pursuit of opportunities to use his creativity to highlight students and staff. You can be sure if Mr. Graves is videographing, you and Charles County Public Schools will look great. He's an award-winning storyteller who produces more than 100 videos each school year. Those videos are in addition to the live broadcast he oversees, including twice monthly board meetings, graduations, town halls, and spelling bee, It's Academic, and other CCPS events. Mr. Graves leads many communication projects, but his work to create virtual graduations, a career in technology showcase, competitions, and more in the virtual world show his dedication to CCPS and his resourcefulness in seeking and completing a job. This is an award that's overdue and well earned. The Communications Office is fortunate and proud to have Mr. Graves as part of our team. Please join me in congratulating Kyle for a job well done.
Yay! Woo! Yeah.
You know, all of these men and women, I think I've done every story except for two of them on two of those people out there. And I feel a little bit like Christian Laettner on the '92 Dream Team with Patrick Ewing and Gary Bird and Jordan Johnson out there. Thank you for all those who nominated me and supported me for this. It's a nice way to end a year like none other, with a nice surprise instead of surprise. I want to not only thank the board, this board as well, but I want to thank the first one I worked for starting in 2007 because they created a position that helped me transition to my life. One of those is still up there. I'm looking at you, Miss Abel. I've never forgotten that. I want to thank you to the two superintendents I served, James Richmond and Dr. Hill, whom I have failed in my goal to get her to eat something sugary in the morning in an attempt to slow her down. I'm going to keep trying until she retires. I'm probably not going to succeed in that. Thank you to all the principals, teachers, many staff members who gave me story ideas, information, suggestions like, don't shoot my bad side, Kyle, airbrush me, Kyle, and help me set up equipment and not bounce me out of the building when I recorded them against their wishes. That's you, Mrs. Hollstein, wherever Erin Kaple is as well. I have also enjoyed working with those that taught me in the school system that I attended. My elementary teachers, Hank Sinke and Santi Di Sabatino, who tormented me when Georgetown lost to Villanova in 1985. Greg Miller, who shares my frustration with Maryland basketball, and Sarah Smith over at Milton Summers, who I just plain frustrated with my awful jokes when I was at Summers. Great things and difficult assignments aren't done without talent, intelligence, support, and collaborative people to work with, which we have an abundance in the communications department. That not only includes my current colleagues, but the former ones I worked with as well. Shelley Mackey, Sarah Taylor, Gary Nagel, Susan Cox, along with Stephen Sprouse, Ben Hoffmaster, Sabrina Whitecamp, Julia Tate, and the songbird, Kara Wilmuth. I was going to say Gross, but that's not her name anymore. And no matter how talented a band we were, you have to have someone who can keep you in tune, and that's Katie. But I think she's more Al Davis than John Williams because her motto is, just get it done by deadline, baby. I come from a wonderful family composed of the Graves, the Rennocks, Payday Friday, friends in Port Tobacco, Baltimore, Wilmington, Delaware, and Charlotte, and the best parents anyone could ask for. Thank you, Mom, for showing me what passion really is, selflessness, fortitude, love, support, and unbeknownst to most people, her wicked sense of humor. I do wish my father were here to see this, but his spirit lives on in so many people and students he served in this and our neighboring county to the north, along with his compassion and caring for people, doing what is right no matter what, and his wicked, wild, often ridiculous, sometimes inappropriate sense of humor. I dedicate this award and this recognition to them, but the person I really dedicate this most to, and this is going to be the hard part, is my son Liam, because anything I was asked to do, I thought of how this would impact someone like him. Every Newspake student we auditioned, that's you, Eric, or worked with, I treated, them were like my own. My son lives in another state, and I thank him, his mother, and her family for making this as easy as it can be for me. Thank you, son, for being unconditionally supportive and loving of me, a true delight to be around most days. He's a teenager now. And yes, we will go to Ben's Chili Bowl when you come up again for a visit. Again, thank you very much for this recognition. I appreciate it greatly.
Yay!
Congratulations. Yep. Woohoo.
Woohoo, Kyle.
Eric went to.
So,
Katie went to go.
yeah, perfect.
What are you doing?
So, we're going to make a minor adjustment, and I'm going to allow everybody to come in and get settled before I begin.
She's not happy.
Yeah. So there's going to be a slight change to the agenda. And good afternoon to our visitors, out of respect to our elected officials in your calendar. At this time, as you can imagine, any time that we celebrate our educators, it is always a special moment. But this moment is incredibly special. It's bittersweet, in part, because it offers the opportunity for the Board of Education to celebrate their tremendous successes and to publicly share our appreciation for their decades of hard work and dedication. But it also means a public farewell to some of the members of our school district's leadership time. We wanted to take this opportunity, the Board of Ed, to express our gratitude for their dedication and commitment to Charles County Public Schools. At this time, I would like to recognize Commissioner President Reuben Collins, Commissioner B.J. Bowling, Commissioner Amanda Stewart. We have the Indian Head Mayor, Pauline, is here, and we appreciate your willingness to come out tonight. And also, we have two handsome gentlemen in the back, Dr. Kimberly Hill's husband, Charles, and her son, Michael. Commissioner President Reuben Collins, out of respect for your time, if you wanted to take an opportunity to speak.
Very briefly, and I just want to start by saying this is all about respect. Literally, this is about respect. A few years ago, I read an article, and the article described how significantly difficult the position of superintendent is in any jurisdiction. So just your tenure, your ability to maintain, such an important position is something that we need to all celebrate. And that's why we are here representing the board, because we understand how difficult the position is. But at the end of the day, you've moved our county forward. And that's something that I think all of us should be grateful for. So I'm gonna kind of leave it at that. Just God bless you. I wish you Godspeed. Hopefully you'll have an opportunity to kind of enjoy life a little. To be out of that whole mindset of dealing with these very important issues, mind you, but certainly giving you an opportunity to appreciate other aspects of life. God bless you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
You take it out.
Good evening, everyone. Board members, Dr. Hill, and all staff. Last night, I had to take a moment to think about what I was going to say today. And I started with pulling out my yearbook. Dr. Hill was my teacher at McDonough High School. Oh. I wonder, back in year, did Dr. Hill know that one day she would be Superintendent of Schools of Charles County? I am thankful for you. I am personally thankful because of your leadership as a parent of a rising senior. Thank you so much. You've touched a lot of lives. And you've shown during the good times and the bad times what it truly means to be a school leader. We can be there for the awards, but you've shown us that you were able to be there during the difficult times to support your students, your staff, and your parents. And so my hope for you, is that you have the opportunity, Dr. Hill, to reflect on all of the lives that you have touched, not just the children that you ensured received a rigorous instruction, but the staff and the teachers that you have inspired to become school leaders and to become community leaders. So thank you. And during that reflection, please take a moment to think about, you made it through 2020 and 2021. I'm sure they will end up being your favorite 2 school years. And I hope you have a lot of time to spend with your husband and your son in your so deserved vacation. So thank you.
Good evening. First of all, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. My first interaction with Dr. Hill actually wasn't as a student of myself, but it was attending my brother's graduation in 2009 at North Point High School. Although he was an Eagle, and of course I bleed Charger. That was my first interaction. So, although many years after that, 5, you became superintendent. In 2014, I walked across that stage, and you were one of the first people I saw. And to me, that's impactful. Once I got my diploma, I saw your signature under the line superintendent. And as a student, that was one of the coolest moments I think I've ever seen. And for you graduating seniors, I don't know if you've done it, but you often look at that diploma shortly after you graduate, and you're like, oh man, I did it. Especially, I wasn't the best of students, by all means, so for me, it was a big accomplishment. And that was your first year as superintendent, was when I graduated in 2014. Now, fast forward a couple of years, and the last of us Paulin brothers graduated from Lackey High School in 2021. Your last year as superintendent. So your first graduation as principal of North Point High School, your first year as superintendent, and then your last year. And one thing that I can say that I learned from Dr. Hill was, to get it out, people will forget what you said. People will never forget how you made them feel. Thank you for your service.
I think I made a mistake letting the mayor go before me. Now I gotta follow up the mayor. I can tell you just from the standpoint of a fellow government employee that I made a point to attend a lot of retirement parties or retirement celebrations for officers. And I don't think people realize how emotionally it impacts people when they leave somewhere they've been for so long. And I think it's important, like Commissioner Collins stated, out of respect. That's why, part of the reason I'm here, but I'm also because I'm grateful. I think everybody can agree in this room, our greatest asset, the most important thing to us as parents is our children. And you all, and you're the leader, spend time with our children every day, more so than sometimes even our parents. And I couldn't tell you how grateful I am for the leadership you've shown, for the patience you've shown, and for the professionalism you've shown. And I can tell you after 3 years being in office, the amount of stuff that gets thrown at you every day, it's challenging. And to the families, to your husband, my wife's a saint. I think your husband classified in sainthood now. I just really think. I just wonder if I'm going to get that microphone. Absolutely. But all joking aside, Kim, I am very grateful for what you've done for my county. I call it my county because I live here. I grew up here, and I'll get to the lady sitting behind you in a second because everybody says they went to school and knew you. Well, I knew her when I'll go way back to elementary school at Walter J. Mitchell when she was a teacher there. And I think that one thing, yes, Cynthia Warren, all these folks that I've seen, and you all make impacts on people's lives. And I think I'm living proof of what you all as teachers do every day and how it impacts our lives and gives us an opportunity to stand where I am today. Because if it wasn't for people like you and Amy, then all the teachers in the room, we wouldn't be here. And I am just, from my heart, I am so grateful. And I just wish you the very best luck. Have a nice cold beer for me. And your first day in retirement, you're not going to know what to do, but you'll find something. You'll get something to do. But thank you. I mean that genuinely.
I want to thank the county commissioner so much and Mayor Hollstein for coming. Thank you so much. We know that you have a meeting to go to. Thank you. If you don't mind, Dr. Hill, we'll go ahead and continue with celebrating you. I have just a few comments. You're getting it ready for Shorty. After 41 years of service to students 8 of them as Superintendent of Schools. We will say goodbye this month to Dr. Kimberly Hill, an educator who has genuinely made a difference in the lives of Charles County children. As seniors at Maurice J. McDonough High School prepared to graduate last week, Dr. Hill told them when she began teaching at her high school alma mater 41 years ago, she never would thought she would end her career as superintendent of schools. She encouraged the graduates to think big and to pursue their dreams. Dr. Hill, the first woman to serve as superintendent of schools for Charles County, has earned accolades for her work in science, technology, mathematics, and engineering, and especially for advancing computer science education for all students. She is an educational leader in the promotion of computer science for all students, known nationally for her focus on computer science in partnership with the Code.org. Dr. Hill once met with President Obama and then Vice President Biden for a computer science event at the White House. The same day, she served as a panelist in a National Science Foundation event at the White House. Dr. Hill's aggressive approach to expanding computer science means every single Charles County Public School student in high school now has the opportunity to take a computer science class. It also means every Charles County Public student from kindergarten to grade 12 is exposed to computer science skills. In addition, the superintendent has worked to create new pathways for all students with a particular emphasis on opening these classes to more females and minority students. Since becoming superintendent, overall enrollment in computer science classes has increased nearly 159%. Female enrollment has increased 193.3%, and male enrollment jumped 136%. You've been busy. As part of her commitment to technology, the school system implemented during a pandemic one-to-one computing for all middle and high school students and teachers. During Dr. Hill's tenure as superintendent, she has seen Charles County Public Schools' graduation rate rise to one of the highest in the state, a steady increase in the state assessment scores, and accommodations by the Maryland State Department of Education for English language learners' student progress. Dr. Hill has dedicated her last school year to implementing plans to keep teaching and learning on track during a pandemic that closed schools for more than a year and moved to virtual learning. As superintendent, she has ensured that services to our students and families continued, and there was no interruptions to many of our student services, especially the free meals program. Before her 2013 appointment as superintendent, Dr. Hill served as principal of North Point High School, Charles County's largest high school and center for science, industry, technology, career pathway programs. Dr. Hill started her career in education as a social studies teacher at McDonough and served as vice principal at several schools. The Charles County Commission for Women honored Dr. Hill as a trailblazer in education for opening doors for other women where access was once limited. Kim was named 2013 Principal of the Year. She's also honored as the recipient of the 2013 Washington Post Distinguished Educational Leadership Award. Dr. Hill, thank you for your service. A job well done. You have left a legacy that will continue to provide opportunities to students for many, many years to come. Thank you. Thank you for being the difference. Thank you for your leadership, and congratulations on your retirement. So on behalf of the Board of Education, we have two gifts to present to you. And I'm hoping. And the board would like to come up and join me. And you, Dr. Hill. So the one gift, the handsome gentleman can, oh, here, we can open it at your home. Oh my gosh, look at that. So on behalf of the Charles County Board of Education, please accept this as a small token of our appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank you for making the difference.
You
in
have all the school seals on there.
Yes.
That's awesome.
So thank you.
Thank you all very, very much.
And then, of course, yes.
The big, is that heavy? No. Okay.
You good?
Yes. Are you comfortable in the No.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we have somebody else that needs to be recognized, and that is Mrs. Amy Hollstein. Since 2016, Mrs. Hollstein has served as Deputy Superintendent and provided district-wide leadership, direction, and guidance over administration, human resources, technology, student services, special education, instructional programs in schools. She provides leadership assistance and support of the superintendent for development, promotion, implementation of school system priorities and objectives. Mrs. Hollstein has been a regular at our board meetings, providing monthly updates on new and old programs and promoting the school system. She helps guide the school system to success with vision, leadership, and yes, positivity. Mrs. Hollstein started with Charles County Public Schools 34 years ago as a teacher at Walter J. Mitchell Elementary School. In 1995, Mrs. Hollstein moved to Malcolm Elementary School as a vice principal. And then in 1997 through July 2000, she served as a vice principal at Arthur Middleton Elementary School. Amy moved to principalship in 2000 and served as principal of William B. Wade Elementary School until July of 2011, when she transferred to C. Paul Barnhart Elementary School. And in 2013, Dr. Hill selected Mrs. Hollstein as the Assistant Superintendent of Instruction and promoted her to Deputy Superintendent in 2016. Mrs. Hollstein is an award-winning educator who was the Charles County Principal of the Year in 2010. While she was principal at Wade, the school was named as one of the top 100 schools in the Washington metropolitan region. She has received Maryland State Department Education recognition for educational excellence and was a nominee for Presidential Math Science Teacher of the Year. Mrs. Hollstein, thank you for your dedication and commitment. We will miss your positive attitude and energy. Congratulations on your retirement. Good luck as you move on to the next chapter in your journey. We have no doubt you will be successful in whatever you do. So on behalf Thank you. Appreciate you so much. Please enjoy that.
smile with your eyes, right? Do you have anything? If you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more last award to give. And I need to grab someone to bring the flowers. And this one is to Katie and Alexis, who has served as the Director of Media Relations and Communications. And the board wanted to acknowledge all of your hard work. You have managed the flow of communication between our school district and our community. You have built and fostered relationships across traditional and online media channels. You've implemented communications plans. You have developed and wrote countless messages, press releases, pitches, talking points, social media, and media statement. And yes, countless speeches. She has done an exceptional job in an exceptional manner, but so often in a very reserved manner. We appreciate all of your hard work and wish you nothing but health and happiness as you move on to the next chapter of life called retirement. So on behalf of the board, we wanted to thank you. So please accept this gift as a small token. I don't know if you wanted to say anything or no? Well, thank you. Yeah, no. So thank you so much for celebrating the success of these dedicated educators, and we appreciate in making this special despite a pandemic. And we tried to accommodate to your wishes of little fanfare. But there was absolutely no way that all of your hard work, to you, Amy, and to Dr. Hill, and to Katie, that we were not going to recognize all of your accomplishments. So thank you so much again. So at this time, because we're off track, our next agenda item is the video.
We'll do the public forum first.
Don't do the public forum first, okay?
I think we have two speakers today, both in the room. I'll read the rules for public forum. Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief to the point and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations: personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. Our first speaker this evening is Janet Heil.
Good evening. My name is Janet Whitlock-Heil, and I'm the Performing Arts Chair and Drama Teacher at McDonough High School. First of all, congratulations and thank you to you ladies, to Dr. Hill and Dr. Hollstein. Dr. Hill was actually one of the VPs at McDonough the first time I got there under Dr. Cornett, so we've known Mr. Cornett, we've known each other for a long time. And I wanted to thank the ladies publicly for what they have done during the pandemic, especially for the support that they've shown to our school system over the last several years, especially to the arts. Bravo, ladies, to your leadership and service. Your support of the arts over the years, including all-county, sending students to International Thespian Festival, and free summer school for some high school courses to allow the performing arts kid to continue with their arts electives. That has been particularly important to me. But this leads me to my next point, sadly. That support has ended in the last few years for the free financial literacy class, which has caused families to rethink taking the class in summer, leading to performing arts and other electives suffering again. I find this unfair because we talk about equity in our schools. There is not equity in there is not equity in high school. 2 of 5 schools get 4 more electives in their high school careers because they have block or 4 PD day scheduling. The pandemic showed us that we can quickly and creatively find ways to make the 4-period day happen to ease students' and teachers' workload. Pedagogically, it is incredibly sound, and I know CCPS wanted to try to do this in the last few years. I know there's going to be a lot of money coming in the CARES Act and some of those other acts. Perhaps we can find some ways to make this happen in the high school. Let's try to think outside the box and find ways that can help not only high school staffing to solve so many issues such as workload, equity in our high school, and a way that performing arts and other electives can survive a little bit better with all of these courses coming down from the state that they continue to have to add in, including the math class that they don't have to pass in their senior year, but they have to take, taking away another elective from those of us with an 8-period day. Finally, as you know, I have been over the last 20 years a tireless advocate for the push of renovation to McDonough High School and to create a performing art high school in that building. As we found out in the last few Board of Ed meetings, that none of that is going to happen now, and that really saddens me. We feel forgotten at McDonough High School. We have been involved in every single redistricting at the heart of them. We've had our communities taken and shaken. We feel forgotten. Our first time on the renovation list was 1999 when we were postponed. It's an open space school, but it's over the years
If
needed
you could finish
more.
your comments.
Thank you. The biggest comment I have about the things that are needed at McDonough is that she is not ADA friendly. I don't know if we are the only school that does not have an elevator. As someone during the pandemic who's had to use a walker and a cane, I invite you, like I did 12 years ago, I think it was, during the CIP issues, I invited the Board of Ed to come to McDonough High School, and I will walk you around that school. And I will let you see what a teacher with a disability has to go through, let alone a student with crutches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Carpenter.
Hi, me again. So 3 minutes is just not enough time to get through everything. So I wanted to come back and share some more thoughts. Before I get started, I want to be very clear. This is not a school issue. This is not isolated issues. I think we need to fix our system, and that's why I'm coming to you. I love the school that I work at, and the moment I say, hey, I have an idea, they give me the space to make it a reality. When I come to you, I'm bringing up system-wide issues for teachers across the county that I've heard from. As Dr. Hill said earlier, I did catch a little bit of the Board of Ed meeting after school. We need to keep students at the center. And these things do affect our students. Today's notes I've actually rewritten quite a few times. See, there's a lot to talk about, but teachers have ideas. I could tell you about how nice it was this year to not have state tests. No students calling themselves stupid, banging their heads against the table, crying. No matter how much pressure I try to relieve before we go into those rooms. And not just our special ed population, I'm talking all of our kids. I could tell you how all the testing affects our mental health in schools. I could tell you about the overload of elementary teachers' workload with material pickups every 3 weeks, pulling guided reading materials every 3 weeks, putting back guided reading materials every 3 weeks for at least 3 different groups. And now we have to individually reach out to all the parents to try to get back those materials we're still missing. I could tell you about how I filled out spreadsheet after spreadsheet with the same or similar information because the data systems aren't streamlined. I could give you a full breakdown of planning time and how it equals out to about 6 minutes of planning per subject/reading group. Not a whole lot of time to create engaging and rigorous lessons. I could tell you all of this, but I only have 3 minutes. So instead, I'll tell you my summer plans. This summer, I will be reflecting on the year that could have been. And I hope you will too. I'll be back next year with reflections and ideas every month. And as I said last time, I hope this starts the conversation with teachers and not about teachers. It's always been my goal to create a better system to improve Charles County Public Schools. Have a great summer, and I will see you in the fall.
That was our last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Next is our video with regard to computer analysts and engineers.
Good evening again. I'm sure that everyone in education understands that in March of 2020 changed our lives significantly, and although our buildings may have closed to the public, our work did not stop. In fact, in technology, our work instantly went into overdrive and has stayed there. Our team of computer analysts and engineers have tirelessly tackled every problem thrown at them. We have extended our support into people's homes, researched new technologies, and distributed tens of thousands of pieces of equipment, all on top of our normal duties of day-to-day maintenance and support. I would like to take this opportunity to personally thank our staff in technology for persevering, working diligently, and for pulling together and helping each other. I appreciate each person in our technology family. And now I present a video graciously created by Kyle Graves to pay tribute to our computer analysts and engineers. Thank you.
So a computer analyst manages the day-to-day functionality of the technology structure in the building. Any kind of devices that you can think that are based on technology, we're managing.
Basically, I'm here to support the staff. I serve Kaple Middle School and Higdon Elementary School.
I have 2 schools. My schools are Wade Elementary School and Barnhart Elementary School.
When you manage 2 schools, you have 2 different administrations, 2 different sets of needs. You have 2 different styles of leadership, and things need to be done. So the bottom line is to make sure the machine keeps rolling and everybody can do what they need to do to make sure that educators can teach and the students can learn. As soon as we hit the floor, before we even hit the door, we're running.
Because we have students coming in who forgot to bring their device. So I'm setting up loaner devices for them to be able to do their classes for the day.
Mouse doesn't work or their laptop's not coming on. Can't get on the internet or connect to the Wi-Fi.
Working on printer issues, doing inventory. Right now we're really busy with that.
The list grows more and more every year. Somehow you don't know how you get it done, you just do.
COVID has really changed things.
There's been so much going on in the last year that really days go by that they're almost like a blur.
I started in March last year, right at the beginning of all of this. So I was learning at the same time that we were getting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of laptops ready for students so that they could do distance learning.
a little bit of irony to it where it's good to have the technology and be able to provide, but the amount of work that goes into it is unimaginable.
It was a challenge to image those, and then we have to assign those to each student, log in as each student to make sure that their profile is built so that they would be able to log in and use that computer.
Before the pandemic, I had about 2,600 devices in my help desk, and we added those laptops, and now I'm managing over 4,500 devices in the help desk. It's definitely been a very, very busy time for all of us.
With COVID, there's a lot of anxiety and stress levels kind of are heightened. I mean, not only with the virus, but also switching to virtual learning.
You need to have a lot of patience because there's people out there that you're going to be working with who have varied experiences with technology.
Being flexible and versatile at the same time is kind of one of the biggest skills I've learned that I've had.
Be able to be fluid, but also being communicative with the staff, with the principal, and work together to create a nice flow or a system.
I have family that are teachers, and I see what they go through on a daily basis. If I can make the technology aspects of a teacher's classroom problem-free, or make it so that they aren't worrying about the problems that they may incur, and it just makes their job so much smoother than I've done my job.
Me being here and able to help them and assist them, I think it's real rewarding.
I like helping all of the teachers and even teaching them new things that they need to know in order to perform their job. I really, really enjoy it.
I leave for today. What makes me smile is I was able to help out as many people as I can and get the things knocked out that I need to get knocked out. And I was able to help everyone that needed to be helped.
Okay, next on our agenda item is action items. We have minutes for the executive session and then the minutes for the regular meeting for May 11th. At this time, I would entertain a motion to accept the May 11th executive session.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Abel.
Second.
Second by Ms. Brown. All in favor? Motion carries. The regular minutes for May 11th. I will entertain a motion to accept the board minutes for May 11th.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Abel, second by Mrs. McGraw. All in favor? Motion carries. Student board member affirms. We need a motion to accept the minutes for the first session for May 28th, 2021.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Abel.
Second.
Second by Ms. Brown. All in favor? Motion carries. I request a motion to accept the second session of the May 28th, 2021 executive session.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Abel.
Second.
Second by Mr. Hancock. All in favor? Motion carries. I will entertain a motion to accept personnel actions.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Abel.
Second.
Second by Mrs. McGraw. All in favor? Motion carries. The FY 2022 budget.
Motion to accept?
Motion to accept the FY 2022 budget by Mr. Lucas.
Second.
Second by Ms. Brown. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. Student member affirms. The Educational Facilities Master's Plan. I will entertain a motion to accept the.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. McGraw.
Second.
Second by Mr. Lucas. Any further discussion needed? All in favor? Motion carries. Student member affirms. The SY 2022-2023 calendar. I will entertain a motion to accept the calendar as proposed.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Abel. Second. Second by Ms. Brown. All in favor? Six in favor, one affirmation. Any abstentions or of affirmations or
Opposed.
opposed? One opposed, Mr. Hancock. The daily, hourly tuition and wage rates for FY 2022.
So moved.
Moved by Miss Abel.
Second.
Second by Mrs. McGraw. All in favor? Motion carries. Student board member affirms. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Miss Abel.
Second.
Second by Miss Brown. So, all in favor? Thank you. And student board member affirms. Thank you.